Hmm. Okay. Hey, Dennett. OBS, what do you mean upload complete? Okay, I'm just gonna minimize this and hope that OBS doesn't randomly close. It seems like it's performed an update immediately behind my back. So apologies if the stream randomly dies. OBS has performed an automatic update. Yeah, so was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. I was designing a new character. You can look on Discord. I've moved the WoHo channel like way up north, way up to the top on Discord. So I was posting some progress on this. So the plan for today is look, little walking sprite. I've done something really hacky to get this working for now. It's not really as it should be. But I just wanted to see the sprite in game. So the first rule of business for today is to rewrite how we're handling player animations. Now I've made a bit more of a like decision on it. Because this is very put together. You see these rats. Kind of makes sense actually that they stop getting animated when they're still, but yeah, I just kind of cracked something together. There's a few things we need to do, huh? But yeah, it's cool, isn't it? It's like a video game or something. Anyway, what do you think? Cute, right? I was looking at the art that I did. I did this in like under an hour, I think. Maybe even like half an hour. This sprite here. I think that's really good if you consider that this took me like 3 hours or so, 2 hours. Like some of these other characters I drew, I quite liked it. I'm still quite attached to her. This one's... Technically it's impressive. It doesn't really fit the game at all. Like it looks off. The eyes are off. The face is off. But this was a bit more realistic, I guess. This was me redrawing the original waifu-chan, and that was already... I don't know if you remember how it used to look. I put it on Discord. My art's gotten a lot better. I was able to crack this out in like not much time. And then like converting her to like pixel art chibi form was not terribly hard either. She does like one of her frames, she does like have a big dent in her forehead, so I will revisit this at some point. But for now it will do just fine. Anyway, what I was going to say as well is I've noticed that there is a jitter that's been reintroduced to the camera code. I notice when I'm moving around that the perhaps the way I'm interpolating something is off. There is a very faint vibration on this little gun, the red orb, and the character themselves, or it's on the background. I can't really tell. I think the character like is jittering lightly, and I think what that is actually is that I think the camera isn't smooth. Because these three elements are all attached to... I mean, they should be working just fine. They were working fine before. So I just also want to have a very quick look at my camera implementation. Also, I need to fix this. Bullets should be getting destroyed when they hit an enemy. Alright. Anyway. Looks good for now, doesn't it? So... Also, I'm quite ill. I don't know what I did. I think something I ate at lunch has given me like a fever or something. I've been quite poorly this afternoon. I don't know why. I don't know what I ate. Camera isn't calculated from one point. Yeah, I think something is not interpolated because it's very mild. Let me just have a quick look. started to really enjoy this artist on YouTube. Rapier. Toho piano / Toho arrangement. They claim that they don't use AI, and it all sounds really fucking good. So I don't think it is. But maybe it is. I hope it isn't. I'd be really upset if I found out that it was. They were saying that they were doing this all themselves. So I looked at their like earlier channel videos, and it was them like playing the piano. So I think they're just a good musician. Anyway, let's see. Update view center. Get mouse position. Let's have a look. So could be get mouse position. No, this is from the input manager. This should always be up to date. See in a bit, don't it? This should be as up to date as known. This is from the input manager. Let's see, screen view size. I don't see how any of this would be causing issues, so perhaps it's just where it's being used. Update cameras is probably where we should be looking. Let's see. Obviously, get draw position is being used here. Perhaps it's this. The draw position is a mix of previous, current, and tick interpolation. Mouse position is just this. Perhaps that's the problem. Maybe I should be... Oh, actually, I do technically keep track of last known mouse position. I think interpolating between those can be a little dangerous. In case your mouse goes off screen, it might smudge between them. Being said... Hey, Bowser. 94 fucking months. Oh my god. How you doing, buddy?
Hours become days, days become weeks, weeks become months, months become years. No one truly escapes the woolen sleevelet.
That's threatening, but yeah, very true, buddy. Thanks for the 94. You're good. Nice. I think this is the problem. I think if I don't lerp, and I just type in the player position, the blur would be gone. So let's just test that. Someone in chat did say last time it would give him a headache, so I mean we can always make this something that you can toggle. I think that is the problem. And now if I re-enable it, sorry for not being able to raid. It's fine. It was a very last minute thing. Yeah, it's definitely that. Okay, that's easy then. So instead of just doing get mouse position, we want to say get... Interesting. So we could use something like this to only get the position if we're not paused. Good thought. Anyway, we can have something in here where instead of doing get mouse position, it will be... Oh, hang on. Get draw position. It'll just be a copy of this. Get mixed mouse position. Get interpolated. So in here, oh, this is the header. What's wrong? Oh. Okay. So I don't need this. I just need the tick interpolation alpha, and I want a mix between last known mouse position or the middle of the screen and the mouse position. You are a Vec2. You are a Vec3. Do you need to be a Vec3? I'm guessing I'm using it a bunch. Oh no, wait, you're a Vec2. Target position. You're a Vec3. Ah, just leave it for now, it's fine. This sort of thing is not worth worrying too much about for now. Window.drawable size. Alright. Are there intelligent mice you've heard so much about? Yeah. Sorry. You're a mix of a Vec2 right now, aren't you? I should think. Maybe I just try building first. Where am I doing mix for the player? This is mixing some Vec3s. Maybe mix only works with Vec3. That would be weird. So, oh, I mean, I am trying to return a Vec3. That would make sense, actually. Interesting. I'm a little confused as to why I can't construct a Vec3 here out of a Vec2. Oh, that makes sense. I'm being fucking stupid. I'm being dense. Am I having a good Friday? No, my stomach hurts. I mean, it was okay. What did I do? Did some editing. Oh. Eating dodgy stuff. No, what I mean for lunch I made like a sort of ramen, so I boiled some water and had like some noodles in there. Possible the noodles were off, but they tasted really good. I had some like bok choy boiled in there. I had some cashew butter and some tahini. And then I fried some tofu, which the tofu I opened yesterday. It can't have gone off in a day, can it? That's my only assumption, is that maybe the tofu was actually old, but it tasted perfectly good. So I don't know. Yeah, I've just been downing water, so I might have to leave at some point, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, that's not right. What I should actually do is say, no, that's not it either. What am I doing here? Yeah, this isn't exactly the last known mouse position, is it? That's not what I want. Let me reword this. Thanks. This isn't a good name, but give me. This won't work. Hello, Alphonse. What am I working on? I'm making like a roguelite shooter, like Nuclear Throne. And between the last two streams, I've come up with a new character design and written some sort of rudimentary sprites for it. And so today I was just going to set up or at least fix our character animation system around that, because I've made some more decisions on how I want that system to work. Clearly something's not working here. Oh, okay, this doesn't work if it's... Okay, fine. We'll just do this. I was kind of hoping this would just work. We'll just do it like this, that's fine. You can also do value or, and then null. You know, there's all sorts you could do here. This is fine though. Cool. It is cool. Or at least I hope it will be cool. It's good fun. Are you working on any projects yourself? Yeah, this is the new character. Isn't she cool? Drew this yesterday, I think. My art's gotten better, I think. Alright, this interpolation is clearly not working. Something's fucked horribly up. I'm just trying to fix... I was having like a... I was having a bug with... When you move around, your the cursor would be all fuzzy. And clearly I've messed something right up. I think it's because I'm not actually updating this every tick. That's definitely it. So get mouse position. It should actually be called update mouse position. And I think this whoops. I think this shouldn't be, can I make this private even? No, I don't want it to be private, but I don't want this to get called every tick, basically. I'm just gonna break everything by doing this. And then I'm gonna say every tick in maybe Systems Manager? Is this happening in every tick? Update cameras. This is in display. Where's tick? Here we go. So somewhere in here we want to also update the local player's camera position. So I'll do it in here. So just after we've updated our ticks, we can go in here and say local player dot update mouse position. Well, it's no discard. It shouldn't be returning anything anymore. Mostly uni stuff, and you've managed to get a job there as a WordPress developer. Oh, that's cool. You're like maintaining the uni website or something. I don't know. I've decided that it is indeed the way that we were interpolating mouse positions. So I'm just changing it so tick might not be the right place. Basically, I wanted to have a way to interpolate the camera. I'm still not sure if I'm really doing this right. I feel like interpolating it in tick will make it feel laggy, because then your mouse will be tied to tick instead of display. What I could do, I guess, is say local player dot. I basically want to have like the where your camera was in the last tick versus where it is now. But maybe that's stupid. Maybe this isn't even the right way to do it. I kind of thought in update, your mouse would always be at the most up-to-date place possible. So I don't know why it's having issues with I don't know why it feels like it needs interpolating. I'm now kind of questioning what I was writing. Hang on, let's have a think again. So use an offset for the player position based on the mouse's position in the center instead of actual mouse position. Yeah, that might be the right way to go. Basically, we want where the cursor on the screen is to always be exactly one-to-one with where the Windows API says it is. But the camera can be a little off. Right? So really what we should also be doing is not updating the cameras based on mouse position. We should be tracking something in like tick called like camera offset or something. What do you think? So all this shit I've just done is stupid, by the way. We might be able to work with it, but I couldn't even come up with a good name. That probably implies that wasn't good. Camera offset last tick. Camera offset this tick. I don't think local player is the right place to put this either, so maybe Systems Manager should have it. Considering you have update cameras, that would make sense to me. This one might not be needed, by the way. This we'll see. Instead of making you standard optional, because that's just leading to annoyances, I'm just going to 0 initialize you, which perhaps you're already doing, but let's just be safe. And let me just quickly write my wrongs in here. So you just need to be, we need to undo this, basically. This was stupid. You made a website for a running EU project, and then another one for the Department of Psych. It's great because it's just passive income right now with how little you have to do. That's awesome. That's also a really good experience on your CV. How did you get it? Did you offer it, or did they ask you? Okay, so we don't need this. I think whatever the mouse position was fine. Let's just be get mouse position again. This should be a no discard. F3. You aren't needed. You were stupid. This is just as it was. That's valuable. Whoops. Whoops. I hope you guys can hear the music okay. Are you being used? I can't tell. Alright, so in tick, what I want to do is calculate the camera offset here. I'll just say update camera offset. Not update cameras. Update cameras will simply do the interpolation there. Camera offset is what we want. We only want that to happen in tick. Then here I'm going to say update camera offset. And you are going to be a void. Who takes in the tick interpolation alpha? No, do you even need that? No, you don't need that. This code in here should actually be moved to the update cameras code. You already get frame info, that's fine. Okay, let's see. What do we want? We want previous camera, what was I call it? Offset? Oh, sorry, you want no, I've done this properly. Previous camera offset previous tick equals camera offset tick. And then we're going to say camera offset current tick equals, and then we want to get the local player. Wow. So if there is a local player, then we want the camera offset for this tick to be the local player dot get mouse position. That's okay for now. We'll obviously do a bit more work in here. It is. One of your teachers was offering the job to someone else and they refused. So you worked up the courage to go and ask to see if it did. And just like that, he gave it back to you. That's often how it is. Like, usually this work is something that someone else is delegating. Especially if you're in a uni, they'd be happy to give you the work. So good on you. That's some good initiative. Do you have any thoughts on what you want to do post-uni? Are you doing computer science or something else? Okay, let's see. You just want to get the mouse position. The mouse position here, what we actually want to do, we want to perform this mix. So we want to do... Yes, we want to mix between camera previous tick, and then we got rid of that optional, which is nice. Camera current tick, and then frame infos dot tick interpolation alpha. So now we're doing this. That looks correct. You are not correct. Perhaps it's as simple as this. Obviously we need to put you in the header. Oh, you don't need this tick interpolation alpha, so we can get rid of you. Update cameras. Alright, so let's see. Every tick, we're performing update camera offset, in which we update the previous based on the current. So we store the current one in a previous buffer, and then we check to see if the local player exists. So this will be 0, by the way, usually. You know what? We can even zero them out. If there's for some reason no local player, we can just zero them out. This might be helpful later. At least, like, I know right now the level generation revolves around 0, 0. So at the very least, this should mean that the camera doesn't just start swinging wildly around like the void. You know, this should at least center it based on where the player spawned. So this is fine. If not, this will be something viable. Anyway, if there is a player, then the current tick is actually the mouse position, which is the most up-to-date thing we could possibly get in here. And then I'm not changing this function otherwise. So use this function to get the precise current position of the mouse. So if you are in the action responder system, for example, you want to know where you're shooting. That's based on the most recent position. When you're rendering the actor, this may be wrong. We want to have a look at this. This is currently rendering those the gun on the player, but maybe it's okay for now. We'll see. Anyway, yeah, you're doing CS, and you're really interested in UI, UX, and front end dev. You've been told by teachers that specializing in both of them would be very employable. UI, UX design, yeah. Those have historically been pretty good fields. I've done a fair chunk of it because I used to do mobile app development. So I've dipped my toes in plenty of I don't know if this is actually fixed. In plenty of UI stuff, and it's good fun, honestly. Coming up with, reading the fucking human interface guidelines and all that. Trying to come up with something decent. You see how many platforms have terrible design, and they're just not written to be helpful. Alright, so in the way it's currently working, as I suspected, the little gun is not interpolated properly, the little red dot. The cursor looks just fine, as expected. I can't really tell if the player... I think the player is a little shit, honestly. But that doesn't really make sense. Is the... I can't tell. Some of the problem might just be with this smoothing that I've applied to the camera. If I change the smoothing around, does that jitter that I'm talking about become less obvious? What's the difference here? I need to make this function somewhere. Do you have access to the systems manager? You should, right? Thought. If not, I might have to just put that in context instead. How do you do the smoothing? It's something really basic. I'll show you in a moment. I'm thinking I should put the camera offset in... Yeah, hang on. This isn't it. I don't think people have access to this class, do they? No, okay. Hang on just a moment. I'm gonna pop this stuff in the context. You two. How would I put you in the context? I guess I'd make a struct. Struct, camera offset. I don't know. And I'll probably put this in components. Let's see. Okay. Reference to camera offset equals registry context dot get. This new type I've just come up with. We'll obviously have to in place this earlier. Oh, you should just be dots actually, right? Yeah, this is okay. This looks okay to me. Let me think for a moment. We want to go to game, I guess, and context this part here. Oops. Okay, now that's in there, I can actually access this camera smoothing stuff wherever I want. So if we look at the render access system, where we are getting the mouse position, we can perform that same mix we had before. So we want, instead of mouse position, we want more offset. Const, oh, you can be const, I don't think I'm changing you. Const auto camera offset interpolated equals mix between camera offset dot previous tick, camera offset dot current tick, and frame info dot this thing, and then I pop that in here instead. It's easy to fall into the trap of frame rate dependence when smoothing, because the first thing we reach for is how often to alert by some amount. Yeah, let's have a look, because I experimented with a lot of stuff, right? And I mentioned that I just landed on something and stuck with it. We can have a look now. I guess it's Systems Manager. Just very quickly, let's make sure I haven't broken something with that. Okay, something's not building. What's wrong? Something's not building. Yeah. Oh? Oh, is it because you were vect 2? You're a vec 3. Okay. I want to do this then. Maybe. No? Okay, that's fine. Now you are angry. Here we go. Which makes sense. Okay. I guess we can pop this in here, that's fine. Not in the mix function. And we want this, this. Oh, this is how we're doing the smoothing, by the way. It's just lerp between player position and mouse position. So this, I think I need to move. So formula looks better, but it's much less dependent on FPS. Okay. I know that this one here is to do with delta time, but I found it really too smooth. That makes sense. Basically, like, I can just move this like this, and I think that basically just reinstates it. I think even this is still incorrect. You can see that it takes a hot second to update. Kind of by design, I guess. I don't think the gun is vibrating anymore. It looks more correct to me than it was, at least. It's possible that whatever I've got here was fine. I just need to increase this, decrease the smoothness, increase the speed. Let's see. You're using absolute. Exponential decay. You pass in a value, a target value. So I guess that would be my two positions: decay rate and delta time. So that's just this. You've passed in this, right? Although you want lerping. You are doing an abs. Not quite the same. You do exponential minus decay rate multiplied by delta time. I guess it's a variation on this. What's your opinion on coding with AI? I hate it. But you should do whatever gives you job security. So don't take my personal opinions as a professional opinion. The abs is not part of the formula itself. The statement is just to handle some wonkiness when the target's vote to target Tony. Okay, so in which case this doesn't look that different to what I've got here, Donut, if you can come back to the stream. I learn best by doing. My code doesn't use exp at all. Okay. I learn by doing, and hitting a button that auto does it for me, I don't learn. And I already had that problem with IntelliJ having autocomplete. I had like a job interview when I was really young where I couldn't remember the structure of main because I always ignored it. You just generate it from a template. I can imagine that if you code with AI all the time, you're going to become fucking stupid. I would forget. I forget when I don't code for like a week. If you don't code for like years, I struggle to imagine how you'd be. I think it's a quick way to rot your brain, but that's basically what my mum said about TV. So you know, just salt. I was complaining at work where they made me use AI to generate something, like some kind of summary, and then I was like, well, I don't really know what it summarized. I didn't take any of that in because it just gave it to me. I didn't have to come up with the summary, so I don't actually understand it. I can read it to you, but I don't inherently know it. But, you know, if you're having a job interview and they ask you to use it, then just take the job so you can buy bread and stuff, you know. Then where do you want to take your moral high ground? It's up to you. Helped you a lot throughout uni, but you try not to rely on it too much. Alright, just be careful as with everything. You should make your own decisions. That smoothing is broken, you can watch a talk on it. Oh, thank you. That is basically what I've got here, so yeah. I could not begin to imagine how difficult it is to be in education now. Like, I graduated well before all of this nonsense, so I didn't have to worry about it. I'm on some kind of soapbox or something because I didn't have to worry about it. I imagine it's a lot more difficult for you. I'm just gonna fucking copy and paste your thing. Let's have a look at it here. We have is the broken version without exp. Okay, cool. That's a good piece of advice then. Let's see. So he's asserting that decay rate and delta time are larger than 0. Makes sense. What happens if delta time is 0? Is that possible due to rounding? No, right? There's no chance that like this function is called twice within 0 seconds. With 0 you know what I mean, but between frames or whatever. Between this. The app should never give you a delta time of 0. Okay. The value is target value. So where we're looking at. Let's say that's the cursor, I don't know. Plus the difference. Multiplied by exponential. Or is that exponent? What's exp? This is where I need explanation on the maths. Of minus decay rate multiplied by delta time. So delta time here will be a multiplier to make sure it does it less the more updates you've had, or more the less updates you've had. And then decay rate is how you want that. Is this exponential? Is that how quickly the exponential decays, or is this something else? Am I talking rubbish? And then you use abs to get the absolute of that difference. Sorry, you check to see if that's not within like epsilon, which was like, what was that, like a number where the float's so small it might as well be 0, or what? At which point you set them as the same. So you aren't just constantly vibrating a tiny amount. X is e to the power of x, which is Euler's number. I nearly called it Euler's number because I'm thinking of Genshin Impact. I know it's Euler's. I know that much. It is an exponential. Okay, no, I remember this stuff. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's give this a go. This is a nice thing you've sent me. So I'm just gonna pop this. I mean, systems manager is probably not the right place to put it. Let's be honest. Let's pop that in maths. This feels like a maths thing. This is going to rebuild a bunch, unfortunately. So we're going to say, instead of interpolated target and all this crap, we want to say maths exponential decay between player position, I think. We'll check this. I'm not certain about that. I have a feeling that it's player position pointed at mouse position. Decay rate of, I don't know, 1. Delta time is frame info dot delta time. And then we say const auto camera target. I don't know if I used that name already. Oh, I did. I used it there. And then you what? You're a vec2. You're a oh, hang on. Give you short choice on how it works, but the talk you linked is 1 hour for a reason. Okay. I'll watch that in my own time then. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to do. Maybe I want to be able to pass in a vec2 for this, or I can just do X per delay on X and Y, and then just you know not spend too long on this. Whoops. What I need to know now is if I actually need this view center thing. That's to be decided, I guess. I think that's unlikely. Oh, something's wrong. Because we're setting the view center here. That would be stupid, I think. What's wrong, logo? Maths. What's wrong? Cannot result in a constant expression. Your const expert, is that the problem? Yeah, just remove it. Well, I guess const is pointless here. This isn't even a class. Could I make this const? What would that even mean? Because const usually means like I'm not touching the underlying, or I'm not mutating the underlying class. Defined in a header file, function definitions in header files can lead to all violations. Why aren't the others complaining about? Oh, inline. Yeah. X isn't const expert because of reasons. Okay. I had a whole conversation about const expert at work the other day. Because you get some languages like Kotlin, for example, where their equivalent of what in day-to-day use is used as a constant, a let, is actually just a var, where the getter is, or the setter is private, basically. It's not necessarily stored in like a different part of memory, for example. Flash or stack or wherever. Okay, something is vibrating horribly wrong. I think I might have gotten the target something way off. Maybe the 1 is incorrect. Maybe I need to flip the target in current. It does not seem to care about the mouse position right now. Let's have a look. Maybe 1 is too high. Did you give me an example of what to use? No. Okay, let's have a think. Perhaps I just need to flip the... a normal range somewhere between 5 and 20. Let's try 20 then. What does this... This just adjusts the exponential decay rate. Okay, this isn't right. It changes the speed. Oh, that's the speed at which it updates. Okay. Something's wrong here. Is it possible that I've just got my target? Should it matter which is my target and which is the like target value and which is my real value? I can simply flip them to find out. Because sometimes you do this, right? You actually want one thing first. Okay, this isn't it. This is looking disgusting. This looks terrible. I have a feeling that wasn't it. You're not even updating the value right now. I'm not even updating the value right now. I'm not even updating the value. The value. What is the value? It doesn't modify any of its parameters. It returns the new value. Sorry. Okay. I don't understand why that would be a problem. I'm using the resultant value here. Right? Is this happening in the wrong place, perhaps? Should this be happening in the update camera offset? That seems unlikely. Should be assigned to the first argument. What do you mean? Sorry. I don't care that this is a pure function. Value equals x per delay value to... That's what I'm doing, Donut. Can you see my screen? Is it showing? It should be. OBS shows it. Am I losing my mind? Perhaps the issue as well is that I'm using... Their position and camera position surely aren't the same. The local player's view center is where the camera is drawn around. It's here. That's where we use when we are... Wait, hang on. Where's update cameras happening? Where are we actually updating the camera? Where are you being used? Here. No, that's not it. First position should be view center. Okay, I was right then. That's what I was saying earlier. I said that sounded stupid, but I guess that was correct. At which point is the player position being used here? This is still not right. Hang on, we've got a few variables here mixing things up. We have this camera offset. You're doing X in both. X, Y, X, Y. Oh, I'm stupid. You're correct. That explains why it was diagonal. That was weird. Or maybe that's it then. Let's have a look. Where am I using the player position then? This is unused, right? Surely that should be used here. Yeah, okay. Now we can look around the world with the mouse. That's very good. It's not actually centered around the player. But it does interpolate between the ticks, I guess. Are you sure about this? I don't know about that. I think that's not correct. Now you want to... Oh, hang on a moment. You're typing. Now you want to set the target to be somewhere between the player and the mouse instead of just the mouse. Okay. So here we should extract this. We should say camera target equals this. Target is the second parameter to x denote k. You want to set the target to something between the player and the mouse instead of the mouse. Okay. Oh, okay. So this function here is about smoothing from the current position where the camera was to the new target. So this was my old code in here then. That would be... Would that not be my lerp? Well, can I use this exp decay thing again? Because previously we were doing... where was it? We were doing this. We were lerping between these, and this 0.4 value I thought was the extent at which it would interpolate. So I wanted it to be closer to... I didn't want to, you know, the player to go all the way to the edge of the screen, for example. You weren't doing smoothing at all. No, like the smoothing was commented out. That's what I said. It's this stuff. I said I didn't like it. This has been like this the whole stream. So previously I was picking a target. You'll still want the lerp then. Okay. Okay. So this camera target is going to be position between player and camera. Let's be obvious. So if we come back to Systems Manager, we want to pass that here instead of this. Then here we're still passing in the camera target, I guess. New camera position. Okay, let's just see if it works first. Alright, this looks roughly how it looked in the past. Obviously there's a bit of lag, because we've now added smoothing, but let's see. Ooh. That looks pretty good to me. And it's because... Actually, maybe I'll leave the smoothers like this. I don't know. I was thinking I should make it like a console, or like a setting, to be able to adjust how quick you want the camera to snap. Because I mean, I'd be kind of annoyed if I'm trying to go left and right and it's slowly moving between them, but... This is obviously still capped. If I go off screen... Yep, still capped. That's just part of my view update, I guess. This looks good to me. And if I look really close, can I see the player vibrating? And this walk animation was really good, wasn't it? Maybe I have like an eye for art or something. Maybe not. Maybe let's not push it. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, I've just noticed something. I wonder if I should use epsilon in my movement. I don't know. What I was going to say is I've been very lazy the way I implemented this sprite. Like, this was something I cracked together at 2 AM in about 5 minutes. If your position and your previous position are the same, then you don't flip. You just don't do anything. If it's if your X is less than the previous X, you like look to the right and vice versa. So it's clear to me that like if I'm moving straight up eventually, or if I'm moving straight down, you see suddenly she starts walking like the other direction. I think it's because technically when I'm holding down, there's still a slight bit of physics pushing me down and to the right by like one millionth. And that's enough to keep the... I'm not seeing it anymore. But yeah, sometimes you see her like nudge a bit. It's funny. So I'm not actually going straight up. I'm going up and ever so slightly to the left. You get what I mean, right? Not a big deal. Like, I'm going to be rewriting this in a second, but I just thought that was interesting. And as a player, you'll never give a shit that you're moving... For every 10,000 units you move up, you lose 1 unit to the right, like, who cares? This looks pretty good, right? The camera just, like, running around. Looks pretty smooth. Oh, that exponent thing, or exponential thing. If I'm just tracking this mouse, the grass is perfectly crisp. I don't know if you can tell on screen, but I guess because the camera movements are very slow, like I'm not just jittering back and forth, I'm actually trying to keep things on screen. Things look very nice, very smooth. And then obviously if I start shaking the screen around, yeah, okay, it goes a little crazy. I don't know really what you can do about this. I kind of thought on 360 Hertz this would look better, but it is like sharp line pixel art, you know, there's problems in the human condition that stop you from seeing perfectly crisp motion, right? Anyway, looks pretty good. So what, is 5 loads of smoothing or not much? Let's see. I'm just curious. We can obviously extract this now to a setting. Okay, that's really slow. But maybe that would help if you start getting head. I mean, this gives me headache, I'll be honest. The fact that you walk in a direction and you like outrun the camera, I hate that. So let's set it back to 20. Okay, nice. That was stretch. I'm gonna have a very quick toilet break. I'll be right back. I hope you can hear the music. I'll turn it up a little bit. You're a beat. Back. I love having a hardware button. Honestly, I know I've been streaming for like fucking 14 years or whatever. It's a bit late. I think I would have done really well with one of those Stream Decks. Like, I love tactile physical things. I hate having to like tab out of the game to like do shit on OBS. I think I would have really liked to have like a little mixing deck with little screens on it. Oh well. Looks good, right? Could even make it a little snappier. Like 20 is like a normal number. What does like 30 look like, for example? Is there barely no smoothing? Could that be what I'm looking for? I'm a Twitch guy after all. That being said, who was it? So that guy in chat saying he had a headache. I keep thinking about it. Go on, Woho. You can start. Have I been building in debug? I guess I need it for the fucking breakpoints. Looks like your camera offset is still the world space position. Are you sure you want it to be interpolated? Well, let's have a look. I'm just experimenting. Also, I think my player moves like really quick. I think they should be way slower now that I've decided on this 16:16. What were you saying? Your camera offset is still in the world space position. Sure you want it to be interpolated? Camera offset. Is it? It's still in the world space position. Sorry, surely I do want this interpolated between frames. I mean, it's an easy enough thing to check, right? If instead of doing this mix, I just get the current tick. Get rid of that. See if it looks any better. If you use mouse position as an offset from the center of the screen, you could always use the most up-to-date position. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was doing before, but I thought that was the cause of the jitter I was seeing. Yeah, like the jitter's back, or at least... Yeah, at least the jitter looks like it's back on, I don't know if you can see on stream, but this red circle, it is very clearly jittering to me. So, I mean, the player looks... It's kind of hard to tell because she's animated now. A benefit of it being still before was like... Couldn't see it. This is the world space position, or what you described. Sorry, what? Oh, because this is still every tick this is being updated. You're saying I could maybe use this instead. Can you re-explain what world space is like coordinate in the game? Screen space is like somewhere on the screen. This is vibrating even worse than before, somehow. Or maybe it was quite bad before and I just didn't pay attention. I think that the interpolation is correct. Let me put it back on and just see. Maybe I'm misreading it. This round thing here is not correct. This still isn't anything like you described. If you use mouse position as an offset from the center of the screen, use the most up-to-date position from the latest frame. Sorry? Previously I was doing this, which was set on tick, and that was wrong. And now I'm doing get mouse position, which is the most up-to-date position based on the input manager. Is there a third thing? Local player.get mouse position is world space. You mean screen? Like you mean like you want me to directly get this? And then not modify it with all this other stuff? Is that correct? The offset from the center of the screen. But the player still needs to be involved. Right? You still have to have the player in there somewhere, which is in world space. So the offset is still inevitably going to be tied to world space. Right? What's the value of having one thing in screen space and one thing in world space? Oh, I'm stretching. My body's falling apart. Went to the gym yesterday, I guess. It was alright. You can still use this function if you want to make sure view center is up to date first. Sorry, I don't understand what you're suggesting or what it would solve. What I was saying is that like this previous thing we had looked perfectly fine, right? Or was there a problem with this I was still having? What was wrong with you? You said you don't want to interpolate it. Does this have the jitter? Not really. There's a very mild one, actually, now I'm noticing it, but it's not as bad as without this interpolation. By the way, when I'm saying jitter, I mean I'm looking at this red dot, so it's possible that this is wrong now. Maybe the red dot doesn't need to use interpolated mouse position anymore. You know? Maybe that should just use the most up-to-date one. I don't know. Should I open up this function that gives you the What you're saying is there's no way you can possibly jitter if all you're doing is taking the player being displayed and adding a constant offset that never changes unless you move the mouse. Yeah, the jitter's not on the player, is it? Actually, I can't tell. This is fun. Like, the camera moves to you now. I need to take my jumper off. I think I have a fever, honestly. I don't know what I've done. It might be possible that... Obviously, like, the cursor has no jitter as this is moving around. Maybe there's a very mild jitter? I can't tell. Obviously, that looks wrong. It jitters a lot more when you're close. Can you even see this red circle thing I'm talking about? Maybe this is using it wrong as well. All you're doing is taking wherever the player is being displayed and adding a constant offset. Okay, let's have a think for a second. Doesn't this need to be in world space? Because that's what the camera is. The camera is somewhere in the world. Or is it that the offset is something that you apply... Why not GD script? Because I'm not using Godot. I was talking to someone the other day. Apparently Godot has some like plugin support for C++. Did you know about this? The interpolated player position is in world space. You take that, you add an offset, and you get a new world space position, and then that's your target. Right? And your problem is that the target right now is interpolated in world space. Instead, the offset should be something I calculate based on screen space with the center of the player the screen is. Is that not what the fucking mouse function does? Sorry. Can we have another look at this? We get the playable area. This is screen space. View offset. This is world space, I guess. But screen coordinates. All of this is I guess what you're talking about. Right. This frame coordinates stuff. Frame buffer coordinates. Like all of this, just everything except for this view offset part. So if I were to have like a second function in here called get mouse position screen space, and I just remove the view offset stuff. I guess I just return this. And then I'll make you a vec2. You, I think, should be needed. So what have I done wrong there? Where's playable size being used? Oh, it's being used in the view offset. Wait, view center... Oh. I do only want to deal with the mouse in that left 4/3 of 4x3 section of the screen. Possibly clamped, so we are talking about this function. Yeah, but Oh, I guess that's this stuff here still. It's still clamping in here. I am writing a new function. Am I not streaming? I'm so frustrated with your answers. I'm so sorry. You're typing as I'm doing something as if I'm not doing it. What's up with the no discard keywords? It means you'll get a compiler warning if you try and call this function without using the resultant variable. So this function returns a vec2. If I were to just call get mouse position screen space by itself, you'd get a warning. So it's basically saying this is a function to get a result. And like, please use the result. Essentially, it's more for the developer basically. You don't always have to find existing function to copy from. Yeah, but this function is practically identical to the one above. Anyway, this looks fine, right? We have the size of the screen. This is a 16:9 square. You divide it by the view zoom scale, so that's 1 in this case. We get where the mouse is, fine. You know, X and Y actually on the screen itself. We pop those into a vec2. Do I need to do this? Maybe we need to flip the Y. Yeah, maybe that's correct. Screen coordinates then is those coordinates. We probably still want to divide by tile size. Why? I thought that was for getting stuff in the world space. I can certainly do that, but I want to know why. Why would I be dividing this by 16? Tiles are a world thing, not a screen thing. So it's not true screen space then. Yeah, but why did you suggest this? Why did you suggest this? Anyway, this stuff's clamped now. So we get a position on the screen, and we're clamped to the playable space, which is this 4x3 section on the left. Because you'll have to do it at some point. Okay, well maybe we should do that where we're consuming it then. Maybe we'll add a note. But why divide by tile size? Sorry. What number we get here is where the mouse is on the screen, squished into the screen space, and clamped. Why the divide by 16? That really confuses me. Let's have a look. Systems Manager. So instead of this, you're suggesting that we now use our screen space, but then we divide it by I still don't really get why, but you want me to divide this by 16 for some reason, of which I'll still need to learn. I don't really get it. You're unused now. That feels incorrect. No, that's actually correct, I guess. Player position is interpolated, which I think is correct. The offset now is hard-coded. I don't really get what this is going to do. Unless we need to now use that mouse position, get the center of the view space, and then get the offset from the center of the view space and apply that to the player, which I think is probably what we need to do, right? I think this will look very weird. I'm kind of curious. No, this is incorrect. Well, okay, it's correct in some sense, but it's incorrect in every other sense. It doesn't really screen space because it changes with zoom. Mouse position relative. Can you please explain why you haven't answered that yet, or have I missed something? You're saying what to do, but not why to do it. Why is dividing by tile size relevant here, where I'm getting a position on a Windows window? What am I missing here? Because this seems really weird. thought you'd think it out after figuring out for a sec. That's very condescending, and I kept asking questions because I worked it out and I just wanted to fuck with you, actually. Don't really understand it, but fine. All the other positions are in world space, and the world coordinate system is based on tiles. But I thought we were not doing world space, donut. Anyway, this is still not quite right, so I'm guessing that we need to... We still need to get some... We need to do something else in the way that we're getting the position here. Since escalations, you have to transfer everything into the same space. So what on earth have I just done then? Instead of applying the view offset to something, we're not doing that. I think I'm correct in thinking that we need to now turn this offset thing into to an offset from the center of the screen, right? Now do the next thing I said. Let's see. What did you say? Use mouse position as an offset from the center of the screen. Okay, so it's what I was saying, right? So I need to work out the very center of the playable space and then draw a line between that and this, right? I need to get the difference between screen center and this thing. Right? So I'll say... Add this constant to your correctly interpreted to make jitter impossible. Okay. I think it's playable size center. And we want the difference from this. Do we do this minus relative mouse position? Or the other way around? I don't really know. And then we want to add that to the player position? Is it player position plus screen center offset? Maybe. I think the maths here is wrong, but the idea is reasonable, right? It should already be from the center of the screen. Oh, something's not been working then, hasn't it? Yeah, this is way off. Funny though. Looks like I'm dragging the screen around. Yeah, maths is not quite mathsing very well. Fine. So what's going wrong then? Why does this not just magically work then, huh? So interpolating between relative mouse position and player position makes you walk fast, makes neither of these things catch up. That makes sense. They're detached. See? For some reason we start down here. Lerp between player... Okay, so there is more to it. It's also kind of what I was writing earlier. I was on some right line. It is the player position and something, but it's plus and not minus. And we don't need to do that center thing. Okay, this is better, but still not quite there. It seems very biased in some direction. I can't tell where. Let me go full screen first before we start moving stuff. Is there no jitter? There's jitter. This hasn't changed anything. I think again it's the way that the gun is being drawn. I think it's using the center of the screen rather than the play viewport. This part here. I think that's a pretty reasonable assumption, yeah. Let's have a look, huh? So you think the thing that I was trying to write might have been correct, or is that just like we're just taking the piss maybe? Because we're clamping it within here, but we're not actually setting in here. But like if I change this to playable size, I have a feeling that it will start treating the screen as if your mouse is moving in 4:3 space, which is incorrect. But let's see. I don't know what you were doing, lad, but I mean that's changed nothing. Which I thought it would, honestly, but let's see. We're getting the screen size, which is the whole 16:9 screen. We're getting what the mouse is on the screen. We are clamping it within the playable space. And then we're returning that divided by tile size. Hello, RLM. To my knowledge, this is just a place on the screen on the left. This isn't an offset, right? This is just where your mouse is on the screen, like objectively. Are you sure I don't need to do a calculation from the center of the screen to this? You'll need to subtract half the gap on the right. Half of the gap on the right. That's what this is. That's, I mean, we're clamping by that, but this playable size var here. Previously, we were passing that into this view offset thing. Well, we were doing this, right? Not quite the same. The size of the gap on the right is 64. So half of that's 32, which is like... You just stumbled into the stream, what you're doing. Let's subtract by level size divided by 2. Oh. Where? I'm making a shooter game. Like a roguelite shooter thing. Subtracting playable size divided by 2 from this. In the function, alright. Where? Here? Because now this is gonna be this is gonna be weird. Bidmass is gonna go crazy on this thing. Somewhere. Maybe this. Whoops. We get the screen coordinates minus the playable space halved. Why? I don't know. That looks correct. Why is that? Why is this correct? What's the maths behind that? Anyway, hang on, let me go full screen. Oh god, what was that? Alright, looks so much worse than before, good lord. Check if zooming works. I probably will not be using zooming anytime soon. This looks awful. This looks absolutely dreadful. And somehow the circle is still extra jittery. Again, I think the circle is just using the wrong number, but now the whole level is jittering. The player's even jittering when they're still. That's crazy. What on earth? This is not what I wanted to do this evening. You've done it again, where I'd made plans to work on something fun, and you're getting me to mess with something that was already kind of working. This can't keep happening. I was going to do sprite animation stuff. Why am I messing around with this? This looked just fine. There was a jitter on something which is unrelated. I'm really confused now what the purpose of this was. My Friday's gone. You're not being used anymore. Why does this look quite so awful? I'm guessing divided by 2 is probably not the most precise thing, but I don't think it's that. But now I'm just going to see if I can fix this one thing. I don't really know what you've produced here. I have a feeling that... I can just use this for now, maybe. I don't know what to tell you. You can't blame me when you misunderstand something. No, I'm not blaming you for me misunderstanding something. I'm blaming me for just copying what you were saying without... and just saying no and just doing my own thing. If that makes sense. Like, I had other plans, and I'm annoyed that I've not been working on those. And this sort of thing is how, like, progress stalls. The sphere is worse than ever, so I think we do need that. Alright, well, whatever. It's fine. What's going wrong with the camera? Let's have another look for a second. Considering it was kind of okay before. Pair programming gone wrong. I mean, it's difficult to pair program in a Twitch chat. I mostly just get confused when I'm told to do something without, like, why it's the right thing to do. And then I get told off for not understanding it. My understanding was that previously I was getting the mouse position in world coordinates, right? And now I'm instead getting the mouse position as an offset on the screen itself. So I get the idea behind it, but it's not solving a problem I had, right? Like, we have the screen as a little viewport into this much larger world. And previously we were getting where the Windows mouse is as coordinate like 300 by 200 or whatever. 1300 by 12, who cares? And we were getting the player's position also in world coordinates. And we were somehow interpolating between them and then drawing the center there. And instead of that, we're now, well, getting somewhere on the screen where the cursor is, somewhere where the player is in the world, but instead we are drawing... This is meant to be some constantly updated, or as fresh as can be variable based on input manager. And so instead of drawing from 2 world space coordinates, we're drawing from a world space coordinate to a place on the screen, which is meant to eliminate some jitter, but I wasn't having jitter on that. I was having jitter on the player running around. The gun was doing this as you were running. Everything else looked just fine. So I have a feeling it's a problem with how that was being drawn. And I get what you're saying, that like somehow by using an offset in screen instead of in the world is meant to eliminate jitter, but we weren't having problems. I don't know what was being eliminated. Was that meant to fix this gun thing? Because I don't really see how that would fix that. We're using a framework that Donut wrote. Hello. Thank you. Ethican. Second part was to avoid interpolation and reduce input lag without adding jitter. Okay, let me think for a moment. The mouse as it is now, render HUD system. The mouse is already drawn at the most up-to-date position. And when you are shooting the gun, that's also done at the most up-to-date position. The only thing that's delayed is the camera, which we're arbitrarily adding smoothing to anyway. Right? Mouse must be paired. I actually saw a tiny mouse outside my house yesterday. I was coming back from the gym. This is irrelevant. But I was walking to my house. I saw this very round creature about this big. Little tail like this. And I tried to take a picture, and the moment I did, the mouse just went like... disappeared. What did the rat do at the gym? It was a mouse and I was the one at the gym, but good try. Good try. Yeah, with this, in regards to this, it's still not working quite yet. And what's missing? So previous... I still don't fully get this, but fine. Because you're actually converting it into world space here, sure. Why is it jittering? Because it's quite bad. Previously it was nice because we were using this, I thought. I can't really see what's wrong with your code when at most a quarter of it's on the screen. I mean, that's fair, that's fair. That's fair. Again, it's tough to hear program in Twitch chat. Currently we have an interpolated position on the player, and we're lerping between that, and we're adding on this non-interpolated position, and we're performing this exponential define between them. Are you certain we don't want an interpolation on the mouse position in regards to getting the camera target? Update cameras is in display. This is in display, so this should be called, you know, 360 times a second or whatever. Like this is quite frequent. Are you? What I could also do is move in here in the update camera offset function, where we're updating this every tick. Adding interpolation to it would be nonsensical if it's a true relative position. That makes sense because it's an absolute place on the screen. But I'm just trying to think about what's different with what we've got now versus what we had before. Previously we were using this and I didn't see the blur, and now that we're not using it I see a blur, so that's all I was looking at. I mean, right at the start, it was worse. You've given me a video I need to watch, so I'll look at that when I've got the time. I think I've seen that before as well, like the lerp being bad thing. I don't know if I've seen the video you linked me, but I do remember. I do remember something about that. Already interpolated. Yeah, I understand that we have an absolute position and something in world space, and we're adding an absolute offset to something in world space. But why on earth does it look quite so terrible? Let's have a look. It's really quite blurry. Previously, we were assuming the mouse position and player position would be kept in perfect sync, which would require them both to be updated and ticked and interpolated. Which is what I did, by the way. That was what I did. By making it relative, you can update it as fast as you want while keeping the player position interpolated. Again, like, for actual aiming and for drawing the cursor, that was always using the most up-to-date mouse position possible. It's purely what we did in the camera. I'm just baffled, honestly. Anyway, the thing that's really confusing me is why switching to this other coordinate system seems to have made the world more blurry than it was. That I can only assume is from not interpolating it. But I understand the logic in saying it's pointless to interpolate it. I just don't know what else is being at play. Maybe it's not blurry and I'm like quite sick with a fever and my eyesight's degrading, which is also a possibility. Which is kind of why I wanted to work on something a bit more lighter today. We'll say this doesn't look quite as nice as it did earlier. Anyway, I need to fix this thing before I forget. Keeps annoying me. Destroy. We're currently not destroying player bullets. I don't know why. Did we finish this last time? This, like, bullet system? I think we did, right? I'm actually not sure why it's not getting destroyed. Your team's not my team. If they intersect, add it to the entities to destroy list. That's weird. It's likely that something else is wrong, like the player interpolation. Okay, that's a good assumption. Let's go have a look. So currently the player position is the transform of the local player's player entity. Update cameras is called in update. Let's double check. In display. It's the very first thing we do in display. Passing in local player. Anyway. We're in display. We call update cameras. We pass in the frame info and the local player. I'm just gonna do this because this is kind of annoying me. Oh, interesting. We're not actually doing a isn't equal to an entity ML check here. That's surprising. Maybe we don't need it here. Can you show get relative mouse position again? Yeah, sure. So the old one, we were adjusting it with view offset. The new one, we are getting the screen. This is the 16:9 screen. We're getting the mouse position as either input manager gives it, or as this last known mouse position gives it to us. I'm not actually sure if we're still updating this anymore. I think we might have deleted that. Let's have a look. Oh no, we're doing it in place right here. I'm stupid. Frame buffer coordinates. I don't know if that's necessary. I think we might not need this. I think for this we could just use last known mouse position, so I can actually get rid of this. Not value. Because at this point we know that it's in place, so that's a nice little thing. You do need that. Why? What was I doing in here? Oh, we're doing the window drawable size. Yeah, I missed that. Do I need to say again that I've got a fever or no? Maybe not. Whatever, let's do this. Maths. That's fun. Raise the music a little bit. We're basically just getting the position on screen. We're flipping the Y. Viewport.position. Is it possible that this isn't... No, this shouldn't matter. This is just where the camera is, right? I was just thinking about things that might not be correct. This is just where you are, I guess. Is that correct? I guess so. This is in case like the screen's been scaled up or down, I guess. And then we're returning that minus this playable size divided by 2, which I still don't truly understand. And then dividing all of that by 16, which still seems weird. But regardless, I mean, is this stuff going to be causing this jitter? Is it possible that dividing by 2 here is giving us... I mean, even if the result's slightly off, it shouldn't be going back and forth, right? I'm not sure why the screen coordinates calc is written like that, but it shouldn't matter. This looks fine to you. Assuming no zoom, because that part's probably broken. Yeah, let's not worry about that right now. One thing at a time, okay? I mean, view zoom scale is still in place here, but it's probably this. You probably want to do this. Something's not building. What's wrong? This shouldn't do anything right now, because the zoom scale should be 1. It's more correct, right? I'm just flummoxed as to why it's gotten so much worse. I feel like I need to see how it looked before. Maybe I'm misremembering how smooth it was. This is all comparison. No, it's definitely bad. Does the player sprite jitter? Yes, quite noticeably. So, does it? Something's jittering. It might just be that the camera's a little slow to update, but it feels incorrect. It's a little hard to tell with the animation, but maybe it's okay. It's just like when it stops for a second, it looks like it's sitting on a bunch of sub-pixels. So I guess maybe that's what it is, because I've scaled it up, right? How about if I move this around? The player looks static in the world here. Oh, sorry, just lowering the music a little bit. Just moving the screen around like this, the player looks very stable, as does this gun. But the world looks unclear. I mean, it's okay. But I thought what we had earlier was a lot cleaner. I'll have to reinstate it to have a look, honestly. What were we doing before? Instead of get relative position, was it quite literally just... No, we weren't doing get mouse position. We had this whole thing in here with this camera offset thing. I don't think I... Oh, I didn't commit, did I? Hang on a moment. I was doing a mix, I think, right? I just want to see how it used to look. Something like this. You are a camera offset. Camera offset. I think we were just doing a mix between camera offset dot previous, camera offset dot current, and frame info dot tick interpolation. And I think we were just popping that in, right? But we weren't doing this this edition. We might just have to move the camera smoothing to tick to remove any frame rate dependence and interpolate the final position, which would be better than interpolating the target position. Okay, that's a good thought. Let's have a look. Honestly, this isn't as smooth as I thought it was either. Is it better or worse? I honestly cannot tell. Seriously, I have no fucking idea. I'm kind of too tired for this. Move the camera smoothing to tick to remove any frame rate dependence and interpolate the final position, which is still better than the interpolating the target position. Okay, that makes, yeah, that's fine. So in which case, this update camera offset function should actually be, this is correct. I just need to change this get mouse position to get relative mouse position, and then I also need to do something in here with the player position. Wait, camera smoothing. Move the camera smoothing. Camera smoothing. Now I'm confused. The bit where we are doing exp decay, this stuff. In which case, we should be doing all this stuff with player in here, I guess. Right. So this stuff in here, and then at this point, we will just be getting the camera target. And we will be somehow... I don't know if mix is correct, but we'll be somehow interpolating between these two and just say inverted mouse position. Sorry, interpolated target position. Instead of camera offset previous tick, this is actually target offset previous tick. And instead of camera offset current tick, you are target. So this is that spot. In this name, we have the player here. This is the player. This is the mouse, and then the target is just somewhere in between. That's what I'm using here as words. I've got that right. So let's see, to calculate that. We don't want this. We want the player position. We're not passing in frame info. You can move it to a new... Oh my lord. You can move the update camera code to a new update camera target function. Call that an update. And then do the expedite in tick to update a camera position. And finally an update camera as you can interpolate. I think that seems like a really good idea. So let's think. Update cameras. I've now messed things up just a little bit. That's okay. Update cameras into update. So as in moving the view center. That doesn't. What? Moving the view center as often as possible. So not in draw, but as often as update is called. Is that correct? Do you not want it to happen in display? I guess the problem is that display... Is update always as fast or faster than display, I guess? It should always be at least the same speed, if not quite a lot more often, right? Because update is just as fast as that main loop is running, right? Whereas display is usually capped at your frame rate, or your max frame rate, right? Might be better to keep them both in display. Because I was just thinking, like, if we only care about the camera position in display, why would we want to update it as often as possible? Oh, the target, that is. Well, maybe not that. Since then, the update interpolated player position will be up to date. The interpolated player position is updated in tick, though, right? Player is in tick, or do you mean in update? We'll have a function that takes the player position, so like this stuff, and then that's up to date. This lerp here, I guess, or whatever, or maybe this thing. No, you would probably go towards the bottom, right? Try to write it to make it less confusing. I think I get the gist of it. Like, as often as possible, we want to be calculating this target, and then in display, we want to do the interpolation to say, oh, we're the target, based on where the target was last time, and here we want to draw it like around here somewhere, I guess. Whatever. However close we are to the most recent frame. What do you think? You can move update cameras to an update camera target. That's basically what I was doing here. I was in the middle of changing this name. What are we doing? I ask that quite a lot. I'm writing a video game where you shoot stuff. And I was going to do some work on sprites, but instead I'm now messing around with the camera. Which was kind of working okay, but it was technically wrong. Hello, syntactic. So as we're updating the target, we're doing the camera, right? So we have the player somewhere. They're running around. You know, they've got a little hat or something. You have your mouse cursor over here. But we want the view to actually be somewhere in between them, right? When you're looking at the level. We want to actually have somewhere in between. So your player is off to the side and the mouse is up here. And that view center is where we're trying to do properly. If I understand it correctly, this mouse position is something that you can get as often as you want. This player position is only really updated in tick, so once every 60th of a second. And this target could be either updated every time the screen's refreshed, or as often as possible, or in tick, and then when you actually want to draw it, you interpolate between the previous tick's center of the screen and the new tick's center of the screen. I think that's correct, right? So, let me think. When you're updating the target, you need the player position. We don't seem to have the local player anymore, so let's fix that. So we get the player's interpolated position. We interpolate between... I need to get the mouse relative mouse position is... Get relative mouse position, I guess. You're new, what's the game about? It's a roguelite shooter, top-down 2D game. Hmm. And here we're doing the... Okay. Then we get the target here. So instead of updating view center in here, we're actually doing this. Like so. Target offset current tick is actually going to be camera target, I think. We've already got you. Oh, you don't exist. Okay, how about you exist? What have you sent me, Mr. Donut? So in tick, camera previous position is the latest position. That's this thing. Latest position equals x per decay, which we have in here, from the most recent tick position, the target position, and it uses tick interval. This fixes frame rate dependence. Okay, that's good advice. Tick interval, which I don't have access in here because this was currently being done in update, so I need to actually pass in tick info and ensure this is only called in tick, which is fine because it is. So that's easy enough to fix. Just like this. I hope you guys can hear the music. Sorry, I keep saying that, but here we're passing in tick. Passing in tick info. And that's where we can get the tick interval. In this case, that's like 1/60th of a second or whatever, but that can change if we ever change the tick rate. Does tick info have tick interpolation alpha? I don't think it did. So I don't exactly know how we're going to get the player's interpolated position. Maybe we don't do that in here. You don't want to do that in here, I guess. We want to do the player stuff in display, I think. So what are you suggesting? You do that in display. Yeah, that makes sense. So this is just the offset. What's context for? Is it a faster way to get a simple component? It's the context. So you can think of it like having like a static collection of components, yeah. I don't know exactly how it's implemented. I imagine they just have a set called context of which you add, you in place. It's some collection of some kind, in which point you in place a component in there and you can get it whenever. But you can only have one of each, so it functions like a set. And it's really handy if you only have, for example, one camera offset. It's just a hash map from ID to value. That makes sense. And that explains why you only have one of each. Because if it goes from type ID, then it's the same key every time. It's very handy. Also, hi TF0. How are you doing? I was saying earlier in the stream, I kept thinking about how you were saying that you got a headache looking at the camera. But this one's dedicated to you, lad. I don't think this is going to solve any of your problems. I would add a setting. I would add a setting to let you adjust smoothness there, I guess. Anyway, sorry, I'm distracted. So in tick, you're saying that you want to get the... You want to do an X decay between... When you say camera target position, I've been saying target is this thing. Let me read the rest of it, because maybe you're suggesting that we update target in the other place. Mouse offset is mouse position. Player display position is the player's draw position, where you pass in the target position and you lerp between the player's position and that plus the offset. In the pseudocode, target position is where the camera is moving towards. Sorry, I might have misunderstood something then, because I've been saying that the player is in one side, the mouse is on the other side, and the target is something in the middle. And to be able to know where the target is, you have to know where the player and the mouse are. But that doesn't seem to be correct. That is correct. Hang on a moment, let me keep reading this. Target. So I guess you are updating target position in display. Lerp between player position. Okay, so hang on, the only thing that we're moving into here is this exp decay and what? Camera target position, which we're not even defining in here, but fine. Hang on a moment. I'm confusing myself. So we want the camera offset. I need to rename that. Hang on a moment. I don't even have access to that in here. No, I do. It's local player dot. Hang on. I'm confused. Camera target position. That is camera offset. Sorry, I'm confusing myself. Target previous tick, and then what? Previous and current. Sorry, latest tick position and target position. Those are the same in mine. You don't have a variable for target position yet. Well, I just changed this to this. But fine. You want to have camera. Well, you want to have camera position. Right, latest tick position. Camera position. You'll need a third one. I don't care what you name them. Sorry, camera position is where the camera is in screen space. And the target is... It's not something that we need to keep track of the previous tick, apparently. Is that true? That seems wrong. Or are those not the same thing? Hang on, I'm really confusing myself here. Oh, sorry, you changed GCC to the Microsoft one because Networking Lib doesn't have instructions on how to build a GCC on Windows. Oh, that's a pain. You can still compile for Linux and stuff, right? With MSVC, I'm guessing. It's just Microsoft's compiler. The essence is old actual tick position, new actual tick position, and target sub-tick position where the camera wants to end up at someday. Okay. And when we are interpolating the camera position, we want to move towards that target. But the target doesn't need to be interpolated, apparently. That's something that we update as often as possible. Or as often as reasonable. I'm doing it in display, I guess. I'm confusing myself. I think it would just be target. I'm just going to call it target. Yeah, you can. But you like having a client and server together in a project. C++ ecosystem is such a mess. Oh yeah. Tell me about it. Do you work on Linux usually? Tick is keeping the second variable towards the third, while keeping the first one purely to be able to interpolate. That makes sense. So in this case, we have one frame here. Come on, let me draw. We have one frame here. We have another frame over here. So this is where it's all happening. And we have our mouse on the screen. And we're basically somewhere along this space in the middle. We need to be able to point and say this is where draw is being called. It's in here. So we're using our lerp to go somewhere from here to here. And this is all centered around this constantly updated target in the middle. Because update does have access to these things. So I guess really it's more like this. Maybe. God. For Windows, but you spec Linux development, you would like to do everything there. Oh yeah. Do you also play video games? 'Cause that's mostly why I'm using Windows. Oh, I've just broken something. Position previous tick, position current tick, target. Oh, sorry. I think this is correct. Been burnt by that before. I think it's correct. Okay, so in update camera target, which happens in tick, we do this exponential decay. This is back to front. I think this should go to the top. Do we really not need the previous position for anything? Or do we use that later? Yeah, we use that much later in update. Yeah, this makes sense. We're constantly moving towards the target in update. Sorry, in this function, in this tick function. And then in update cameras, we need to get the relative mouse position and the player position. So that's this stuff. Sorry, are you doing some magic to make the camera feel smooth? We're trying. Donut's giving me a lot of information, and it's been taking us about 2 hours to work through this. I was planning on doing some Sprite stuff today because I'd made a new character and I wanted to do that because I'm feeling a little ill, but we're doing this now. And it's good advice. We just need to get it working. Sorry, your frame info. We're getting the player position. That's the draw position. Getting the mouse offset. Where are you getting the mouse offset? I guess I've inlined it, but maybe that's okay. So this position is actually going to be camera offset.target. So we are lerping between the camera position, sorry, the player position, and the player position plus this offset, I suppose. Just joined. What's the game about? It's a 2D top-down roguelite shooter. I keep saying roguelite as if we have any roguelite elements. It's a top-down shooter. We haven't gotten that far yet as to make roguelite elements. We're just messing around with the camera. Let's see. Player position. We're updating the target for the camera. And then we also need to update... We need to do this mix to get the... Oh, we need to also store the display position, so where to just show it next time, which is this. We're just not storing it. I don't know if we need to store it. Maybe it's nice. Maybe it's handy. The mix between the previous tick. It's just view center in your case. That's correct. Current tick and this. So this looks chill to me. I think. Should we? We can't give it a go yet. I'm not calling it yet. So update camera targets happening in here. Update cameras isn't being called. Oh, it's being called in display. That's correct. I think this might work. Maybe? I guess we'll find out, right? Haven't seen much of those. Hell yeah. Are you working on your own projects? Maybe. Let's see. Ah, it didn't build. That's also a possibility. It does not take 2 arguments. Sorry. Camera target takes a tick info. You take a frame info. Does not take 2 arguments. Sorry, Clang D. What are you on about? Dude, this piano music has rain over the top of it. Render... Ah, here we go. So, when we're drawing the gun on the screen, we are currently interpolating between... We're currently getting the camera offset, basically. Why? I guess we're drawing, in this case, between the offset and the draw position. This is stupid. I think this isn't what we were doing before. I think before we were getting the mouse position. I'm glad you're finally blaming the right program. Gotcha. So actually... We don't want this. We want local player if he exists. I don't know if we need to do a mix exactly, but we have local players dot. Ah, this is now annoying. So previously, I'm pretty sure to draw that weapon floating around the player, we got the difference of the mouse to the player. So if we actually have a look at the action responder system, we can just make sure we're using this again. We're just using get mouse position minus start position. Okay, so let's do that maybe. Local player dot get mouse position, because that can be in world space, perhaps, or perhaps that was the problem all along. I have a feeling you are not happy. You're a Vec 3, aren't you, little guy? You want to be a Vec 2, don't you? How about that? You're not needed. You should work, I thought. We get the mouse position, and we minus... Why does it return Vec 3 to begin with? Bad programmer, I think. Repcac? Repcac? Alright, this functionally looks... no different to how it looked earlier, I'm going to be real. It flicks a bit when you go over this imgui thing, that's kind of funny. I don't know why. I guess imgui takes precedence. Is it particularly blurry? I can't tell. It does smoothly move around. And I could even make it a little smoother if you like. If I track, let's say, this tree, the world is relatively stable enough, I guess. I will say this gun is very slightly vibrating when I'm running, but also maybe I'm just insane. It's possible that it's just a side effect we can't deal with due to the fact that it's a angle pointing from a world object to the mouse. I don't know, actually. I don't know if you can even see on screen, but this red thing here is vibrating a bit. That might be fixed, because in the future I said I might trial having like weapon weight and stuff. So the weapon, I might just make the weapon like a little slower, because it's just a visual. It doesn't affect where you're actually shooting. It's just a visual syntactic sugar fluff. What do you want to call it? So maybe I just make it so the gun moves a little slower, just to I might do that anyway, and then that's not really a problem anymore. The player doesn't really seem to be having problems. They look kind of okay to me. She does move way too quick, doesn't she? Drop this down to like 6. It's so much slower there, doesn't it? Nice. Alright, why do my bullets go through the mice, but their bullets don't go through me? The bullets won't be fired from the weapon if it catches up to the cursor angle. Yeah, that's true. So I might just make it so the bullets have like an invisible hitbox that's real, and then like an interpolated flight path where it looks like they're being shot from the gun. There's loads you can do, right? There's all sorts. It's just a thought as well. It might not really work. Also, actually, hang on, no, that's correct. I did want the bullets to come out of the gun. So I did want them to be slow. That was meant to be like a balance point. Like if you have like a big heavy gun, you have to like aim it. Which again calls into question if it'll be fun or not. So, you know, that's why it's a thought experiment. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm fucking tired. I wanted to do the animation system for Pete's sake. It's 2.5 hours into the stream. This looks fine, right? This camera, like this looks chill to everyone. We can agree that this is just fine, right? Whatever we've got here, the camera moves around with the mouse. It's kind of smooth. You don't run faster than it. You're not 100% sure. It's good enough, okay? There's a stage in life where you just have to say good enough. You know, in 60 years we'll be under the ground. So let's just work on things for now. You know, good enough is always fine. Perfect is the enemy of good enough. It's fine. Look. Let's stop for now, dinner. The camera's good enough. Target position being tick as well. Oh, yeah, it's little man in my Twitch chat, little guy in my Twitch chat, little man in there. There's a little guy in my Twitch chat. He keeps typing. Target position. Tick. I mean, you can't do that. Because you need to have this tick interpolation alpha. You reduced max view distance. I don't know when you were last here. Instead of based on the player's latest tick. I guess if you're in tick, you don't need this interpolation thing, right? I can have a look. I mean, I can try it. Certainly. I mean, I'm here for your fucking benefit. Apparently. Just kidding. I'm feeling extra snarky today, though. I've still got a bit of a headache. So instead of lerp, we just say target is lerp between player position and this. So instead of this, we do this. And instead of get draw position, we just do player entity dot position. Like that. What's wrong, little guy? Bowser. Why do you see fewer messages on chat than on your screen? I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so you are sometimes... If I type in YouTube chat, it's here. If I type in Twitch chat, it's here. There's actually not much delay on them. But yeah, I think technically in terms of service, there's nothing like you're allowed to dual stream, but you can't like mention it, which is kind of weird. Like I can mention it, but I can't have like a thing on the screen saying like, go to my other channel. Like I can talk about it, but I can't say like dual streaming. Maybe, I think, unless they've changed it. Surely what I've written is what you're about to write to me. Mouse offset is the here. Fine. I can even extract it if you like. I don't know. This is okay. My position is get. Okay, we can't do get draw position. I think you've misunderstood that and that function. The get draw position takes in frame info's tick interpolation alpha. But yeah, I stream on both because I think both platforms have their upsides and downsides, so it's nice to be able to pick. Let's see. So player position, that's what I've written here. Target position is lerp between those two. That's what I've done here. And that's what I've done here. We're doing this exp decay between latest tick position and target position. That's this. This won't need the third field in camera anymore. Why is that? Custom engine. Sort of. The guy in chat, the donut, is the author of the framework. You can ask him. He's working on a version 3.0. Called libdonut. Display position is mix between. This is correct. That you've written what I wrote, which is a good sign, I guess. It'll probably change. Yeah, didn't you say like? There's an NVIDIA library called Donut, and then there's some AI library called Viking. This doesn't feel that different, I'll be honest with you. Oh. Is the gun... That might have actually fixed the... Yeah, you know what? I think that's fixed the problem with the gun. Let's have another check. You know what? You are a smart little guy, aren't you? Man in my screen. You want to make one at some point. I'd go to him for advice. Yeah, donut. Alright, lad. Hang on. That's fabulous. I still feel like the screen should be smoother, because it's on a 360 Hz screen. I feel like it should be smoother, but maybe I'm asking too much. I just feel like the world behind me looks too blurry for 360. But again, you know, maybe I'm asking for too much. I tried release mode. I guess it's running at 100 FPS actually. Yeah, maybe you know what? This looks about right for 100. If I go down to like 50. Oh, look at that. This is, you know, people are like, oh, 60 FPS is so smooth. Here's 60 FPS. Maybe it looks the same on screen. I don't know. This looks awful on my end. Like, it's playable. But, you know, bump that shit up to 480 max. It's perfectly good. I can turn off this debug view as well. It runs even smoother. Actually funny, the debug view does add noticeable delay because of all these lines that we're drawing. They are very inefficient. I did not spend any time optimizing these. You want to make your own renderer abstraction framework? He's probably the right guy to talk to then. Crazy stream to seeing your suggestions after you're doing a C++ college project. Google knows, dude. That looks great. Awesome advice. Thank you very much for the help. Now finally, let's get into the bloody player animation. Good lord. Oh my word. Components. So, you see this lovely character I created. I'm an awesome artist, right? We can all agree. What a cool character. This sprite that you see running around the world, it's not inspired by Realm of the Mad God. My only experience with Realm of the Mad God is Josh Strife Hayes' 2 videos on it. He made one video where he said it was rubbish, and then a second video where he said it wasn't rubbish. I've not played it myself. It's more Nuclear Throne, which is, I think, lifeblood of this game right now. But yeah, you see like this run animation. The way that the animation is actually being drawn to the screen is wrong. Or the way I'm choosing the animation is incorrect. It's very, very stunted. And there's also meant to be an idle animation, which you currently can't see. So let's fix that, right? Animation. Do I put that in here? Yeah. So back in the Dizzy, a long time ago, we had this up, down, left, right movement thing, and I don't think we're currently using this character animation structure anymore. To my knowledge. So I'm thinking we can overload this. Indeed, we've got like a lot of glue. We're not actually really using it. Or rather, we are using it, but we're not using this this thing with all these different components. Idle, move, left, right, whatever. We're using this solo animation thing, really. So in, I guess it's maybe Asset Manager? Can't remember exactly what this does. Yeah, okay. So... Oh, sorry. What do we think? Our animations are all stored in this big atlas. Or, sorry, I should say our sprites are all stored in this big atlas. And our animations are done as in row by row. That makes sense. Our current... Oh, like, the system that was in place here kind of relied on every character having an equal... Can you see a sprite? At the time I wrote that code you were looking at, every animation for the player had to have the same amount of, like, frames. And the idea was, like, row 0 was idle, then moving right, down, left, up, or whatever. But I would like to have support for different length animations. And for now, just idle and running. Because I've decided to be as lazy as possible and just draw a character walking to the right sprite. I'm also, while I'm here, I'm going to fix her hair. She's been getting crushed in the skull. And this wasn't a good look, I'm going to be honest. Just pop this over here. Yeah, looks better, probably. I should probably just move her fringe down a little bit or something, I don't know. But yeah, this is her atlas. I can export that back to... this should be fine, right? And then something like this. So I don't know why I've got this stupid name. I can just remove the export thing. Alright, so... let me think. We need to basically rewrite how this character animation thing is working. So currently when you load a character animation, you pass in frame rates as its own thing. I think what I actually need to do is come up with a structure where you have frame rate per row. Or frame rate per animation. And I think I also need to tie together, instead of just having a number, I probably need to tie that to like enum or something. That makes sense. So perhaps... How do I make this not tedious? Or maybe it's okay to be a little tedious. Let's think. But now, I know for certain that a character basically just has idle and move. That's a good start. If I were to build, this should start breaking things. Very good. So idle is going to be here. Move is going to be row 1. Idle is row 0. Unless it's back like up to down, if that makes sense. Alright, so this here is at least correct. Obviously frame rate needs to be fixed. But that's a good start. What I might want to do is make you pass in a character animation frame rate or something. So maybe character animation can have a struct in it called struct, I don't know, action? I can't think of a better word right now. I'm just going to have idle, move, and count. Whether or not that count thing is needed is to be discussed, I suppose. Sorry, not struct. You want to be an enum. That's an enim. An enim. What's wrong, little guy? Okay, he wants to be a UNAT. That's fine. And then instead of this idle move thing, I'm going to have a... What's a nice way to do this? Just like a map? Although saying that, we have this enum here. This is C++. Does it ever warn about not using enum class? No, I can use enum class. What was I going to say? Oh, I was going to say maybe I can just have a vector of this called sequences. Oh, sorry, is it std vector? I don't use these at work, so I don't really remember the syntax. Expected this after enum. That's perfectly fine. And we're not pre-initializing this. I'm just trying to think of a nice way to do this. Essentially, I want to pass in to this function, instead of frame rate, I want to pass in a... it can still be called frame rate, maybe with an S, but I want it to that also be like a vector of, was it int? Float? Sorry, std vector. It's not a vector, sorry, I want this to be an array. Floats. A float array. Sorry, I don't write this very long. And in there, the size is actually going to be character animation action count. So you're basically forced to come up with a frame rate for every action. It's not implicitly size t. Oh, okay, that's fine. In which case, I can make the action size t. Right? Seems a little expensive. Better to use std array, but each to their own. Possibly. It's a little expensive, maybe, to make use size t, but it's not really a problem. Right? Because then count should extend from size t, so I should be able to use it in here, right? I mean, he should be angry because his header doesn't match. Let's be real. But I just want to know that this syntax is correct. What's the syntax for std array? Like this. You say std array of float, and then what you say, like it has to be a size, or how does that work? Or is it float comma size, right? Something like this? Type size. Like this, maybe. Okay, I think that's correct. STD array float 2. Okay, yeah, that sounds correct. The load character animation is going to be a no discard. Sorry. No discard. Doesn't need this thing. And that. I need to remove the subscript operator. Oh, of course. This count at this point is just going to be a size T. Subscript operator. Is that what that's called? Excellent. What's wrong, little guy? Action is not convertible to size T. Okay, maybe it's because everything else is failing to compile. So to return the character animation, what we're going to do is, let me just think for a moment. Character animation has sequences. We need to construct this. Sequences needs to be filled with this stuff. I'm trying to remember the syntax for this. So it's something like dot sequences equals this. And now we're constructing a vector. I thought there was a way with this syntax to... We're trying to pass it as a lambda. Yeah, I was seeing the errors about lambdas. Okay, look, I'll write it out shittily first, and then I'll improve it, okay? For in const auto I... Is it auto ref I? In okay, well actually not const, sorry. For auto I equals 0. We'll do it really fucking basic for now, just so I can get it out of my head first. Get out of my head. I is less than or equal to? I think just less than count. I don't know. Plus plus I. We do this. What's wrong, little guy? You want to be a size? You have to be size 2? I thought auto would work that out. Anyway, std vector sequence. Oh, what is it? What is sequence exactly? This thing. I just want this. Okay. We're gonna have a sequences here. We're gonna construct it, and I'm gonna say fix available. Okay. Static caster size T. You tried. I guess it needs the cast. Sequences. Dot. What is it? Append, push back. And then we're going to pop this code in. Sequences equals... Whoops, sorry. Sequences equals sequences. And we're going to push back this load animation from row thing. So I'm just going to say const auto anim equals this. Push back anim. And for frame rate, we're going to get frame rates, and we're going to get I. So that's this, and I think there's a nice shorthand for this, right? There should be a way to do this, but shorter. But maybe this is readable. I don't know what you guys think. Maybe this is perfectly legible, and maybe that's for the best. Because basically the idea is, we're forcing, when you want to load a character animation, you have to define a frame rate for every action. Here you go. Same as above 2, where you define the std array, because you're using enum class, it isn't treated as size T currently. I don't think we're using 23, right? I think we're just using 20. So this I just need to do, what was it, static cast size T. Not even standard size T. Alright, lad. It's really funny that Twitch is... The raw is for a loop is fine here. Is that what you'd call this? Too many idioms to remember. Oh yeah, there's all sorts of nonsense. Path. Yeah, I think it did. STD array. No, I think it's STD array, isn't it? Maybe it censored STD? No, but it used STD elsewhere. That's funny. Since it's fixed size, you might as well use STD array for sequences as well and just index directly into it. Yes, that's a good idea. That's a good idea indeed. I think at the time I wasn't certain how many... I think I thought maybe I'd make it so you could choose what to put in, but now I've thought more about it. That seems pretty fucking stupid, so whatever. So let's see. Standard array sequences. Sequences I. Oh, how do I do this in this language? Like that? To float. Oh, not float, sorry. That's stupid. This thing. Just use Claude. I've got Twitch chat. You guys are getting paid more than that, right? Yeah, hey, media playlist. Hey, buddy. I'm currently listening to this. And for the Twitch viewers as well. What's wrong, little guy? Call to implicitly defeat a default constructor. What's wrong, little guy? I need to... You're an STD array with an objective size. It has no default constructor. I guess it doesn't know how to default construct a character animation is the problem. Well, hang on. Why are you a character animation? Sequence. Does it not? It doesn't know how to, construct one of these. I guess Sprite Atlas is a ref and it doesn't really know what to do about that. You can't just have an array with garbage data. What's wrong, little guy? Yeah. I'm gonna actually hang on. Let me pop this in here as well. You, my friend. You're an array like this called sequences. Looks correct. Are you also missing a one of these? Sorry. Please go on to one line. Thank you. If I was character animation and someone said, why your character animation, you'd have an existential crisis on the spot. Well, good thing you're not, right? Oh, I don't even need to do this. Am I being stupid? Magic enum dot header. Magic enum dot header. Anyway, I think I can also just do this, right? I can just say, construct a new character animation. I don't know, auto character animation equals this. And then we can return that. And so if sequences.io we can just directly in place do it. Now the problem here is default constructing that sequences. Tell me, my C++ chat, why this language won't allow me to just have a array full of garbage. Talk to me. Do I need to do a malloc? That seems unlikely. Oh yeah, you're getting reflections soon. I remember hearing about that. Is it? It will if it's default constructible. Apparently it's not. It says it's been implicitly deleted. Can you make it? Well, the problem is, I thought that sequences takes a reference to Sprite Atlas, right? This is not something you can default construct, right? Unless I made this an optional ref or a pointer. Or or something else, I guess. You can change it to a pointer, potentially. Yeah, default it to null. It is a little bit less safe. But, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? My computer's not tied into any nuclear launch site. What's the odds that I leave a dangling pointer and cause an enormous memory leak? I'm not doing new anywhere. That's a good start. Maybe I could do shared pointer at least? STD shared pointer? Can you default construct that? How does that work? Is it still a shared pointer if it's shared with no one? Right? Like you can default construct that, can't you? Or no? What's the implementation details on that? Why did I write it like that? I don't know. I can show you a magic incantation for constructing arrays with stuff that isn't default constructible. No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. It's probably for the best I don't know it. Emo pointer? Like it's dark and moody? I'm imagining the syntax for this is gonna change things. Also, I don't know if shared pointer is correct. I don't know if it needs to be a unique pointer. I didn't think that far. Maybe you don't mind being default constructed now. Oh wait, requires 3? Oh, maybe not. Oh, hang on. Was there other stuff in here? You're friends with yourself. Privately, though. You know what? Unique pointer will cause same issue with default constructible. You'll need to overload move pointer and move assignment operator specifically if you want to do that, which I think we've done somewhere else. I think I'm happy just to use a regular old pointer, right? Oh, wait a minute. Quickly, before he comes up with a proper solution, change it to a pointer. And be explicit. See? Null pointer T. Quickly, while he's not looking. The reference you had was fine, it's just sequence that was missing a default constructor. That's its own inner type. Oh, yeah? Hang on. Maybe his writing is fire? Sequence. Is that why it said it has 3 that it's missing? This is odd syntax. Oh wait, no, this is where it's defined. Fuck, I can't talk. What in here? What? Oh, sorry, I'm stupid. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I completely missed this. You just do that. Private one can stay where it is. Give it a default constructor. Is the syntax just like that, or what? No, I guess it's just that. Just a constructor without parameters. Still needs to be const expr. Sure. Oh, just equals default. Ah, okay. I'm thinking about the comment from someone called Dirty Needle 126 writing just use Claude and misspelling the word use. I don't know, sorry, I've just been thinking about it. doesn't. Yeah, context expert doesn't really matter. That's good. All right, so that's nice. So now other stuff should be breaking because it's where we're loading the character animation. Does not match any declaration. Maybe you do. Have you thought about that? You know what? Just to save myself the time of my life. How about that, little guy? You want to be static cast? Go crazy. Are we refactoring asset loading? A little bit, yeah. So I was explaining a bit earlier, but the way sprite sheets used to work, they had a fixed... What would help me? I mean, I could also just, like, not work on my game in my own time. I could just let you guys do it, and then I don't have to do anything. And then the game gets made. What do you mean? What do you mean that it's all about the journey? What do you mean it's about fucking self-development and, like, exploring the unknowns and, like, seeing, like, struggling and stuff? You could just remove all friction from your life with just a magic button that burns forests and shit. I like to bash my head against a wall. Anyway, previously our sprite sheets were fixed frame size for everything. Fixed frame number of frames per animation, but I want to be able to have different frame counts per animation, and also I have different animations now to what I had before. So I'm just refactoring things, and it shouldn't really be such a big task, I'll be honest. I was just trying to do things a little nicely. I want to know your opinion, because C++ is not anymore for juniors. Do you recommend we switch to another domain like backend, or take the risk and stick to C++? C++ roles don't exist for juniors? Where do you live? Not where do you live, but like there's no C++ junior roles anymore? I thought that was a general industry problem where there's been mass layoffs in the experience section, so people have just, you know, more experienced people have been taking more junior roles just to get something. I'll give you a different side of things. C++ is quite an old language, so a lot of people who do it are much older developers, so perhaps there's less juniors. Like, at my work, all the C++ devs are like, most of them are, you know, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, like they're all older. That we don't have juniors that are like 21. I say old, I mean older. Like, if you were to look into an industry like, I don't know, like web dev, you do that out of uni. You can do web dev course and you can get a job working on some farm's website or something, or at the supermarket's website, like, you know, building their platform. I think C++ for young people is quite something to sink your teeth into. So I would have thought that C++ is quite a solid position to work in. We still haven't quite found the replacement. Rust is good, but it's still new enough that people they're not comfortable enough with it. It's really hard to write. And every legacy system on this planet is written in a legacy language, so most jobs at big companies will still be in C and C++. You switch to C#, which is more pleasant to work with, has more positions. Yeah, I'm not the right person to ask to. Like, 2 years ago I was a mobile app developer, and now I'm doing embedded C++. Like, my career is very atypical. Mobile dev was fun, but maybe that's getting automated. I don't know. I think the most important thing is to stick with a passion, because if you get burnt out in a year and switch again, it's a massive waste of time. Your level is mid C++. I don't know what DSA is, sorry. There's COBOL. If you see a job offer, you know someone died. Yes. No one's learning COBOL though. I don't think C++ is a bad language at all to learn, but the problem is, like, it's fucking hard. It you know, like, there's so much nuance to it. I've been doing this now, like, professionally for like a while, and I still forget basic shit like how you write a default constructor, because at work I don't write default constructors. Right now I've been writing fucking BDD tests It's barely C++. Or if I'm writing like something to do with like memory management, I've been investigating like how Flash works on a fucking tiny chip. I'm not writing functions that involve static casting a fucking enum to make an array. There's so much, and this is basic stuff. There's an incredible amount of shit. I mean, if you were to switch to an easier language, like, for example, the best language, Swift and Kotlin. Hey, best language, I don't know, but they're so comfy. Donut made a point where, like, I was saying that they have so much quality of life for developers, and he was like, that's at, like, the expense of the program, which is maybe true. But also, the guardrails are there to stop you from doing stupid shit. They are less powerful, but if you're using them for the right applications, they're powerful enough. And you can always fall back to C++, because they are both... You can both write C++ stuff with them. We'll see. Rule 5, Rule of 5, Rule of 9, Rule of Long, Memory Loss, How to Write Constructors. You know, off by 1 errors, writing a semicolon in the right place. I don't know. What you could also do is look at where you want to work, and then look at the jobs there. Like if you want to live in a particular city, like London, for example, go on a job search website, see what all the junior roles in, and then apply to those. I don't know. Perhaps there's less C++ junior roles, but maybe there's some companies where a junior role in C++ is actually like a career, and they're just trying to get you started, and they want you to work with them for a while, and they're going to teach you. It's hard to teach as well, as you can see from these streams. We've been making this game for fucking 7 years, and we're still writing the animation section. Please don't tell anyone. Has it been 7 years? Maybe less. I don't know. When was the first VOD? Maybe 5 years ago. I don't know. Not that it's the same game that it was, but you know how it goes. This shit's slow. What am I doing? Oh, I'm programming. Sorry, I forgot myself. Entity factory. Well, we're adding an animation. Not only do we need to add in the sequence. What's this? Sorry. Animation.idle. Oh. This is, I guess, just the sprite's default sequence, I guess. So that should be okay, I'd have thought. Oh, is .at incorrect? I mean, I can do this as well if you like the squares. I know Kotlin likes the squares. A few more commas. There we go. One for the road. Kotlin's good. You've played hockey there. Hang on, is Kotlin a place? Kotlin place. Get started with the Places SDK for Android. Kotlin. Crazy. Oh, whatever. What's wrong, little guy? I do say it a lot, don't I? Sequences. No operator found which takes a left-hand operand const array. There is no acceptable conversion. Sorry. Am I not getting an element in an array at a location? Let me think for a moment. Sprite is taking a animation repository sequence. Your sequences is an array of sequences. So if I want to get the element at... Oh, I want to static cast you again, probably, right? Oh, fucking... size T... Obviously, that's what you look at that error, and that's what that means, right? We all immediately understood that error, right? I'm hoping that's the error. Obviously, that was the error, right? Yeah, it was obvious. The error message was really clear. Enum classes. It's a place in St. Petersburg. Ooh, Kotlin, St. Petersburg. Kotlin Island, located near the Gulf of Finland. Oh, I still haven't gone to Finland. The Russian island. That was the gateway to St. Petersburg, and has been the site of several military engagement. Peter the Great, Kotling, and then there's Kotling. Fort Alexander. Well, thank you. All right. So that's blah 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 blah, and now it should just be places where we're feeding into this. I'd hope, but maybe not. Oh, here we go. So in the animation system in Tick, this is previously, I guess, how we were animating. Which is actually, this is quite funny. This is sort of how I was doing it, but stupidly. If I show you this, I hacked this together last night at 2. I mentioned. I don't want the working tree. Is there a way to go to the actual file from here? There must be. Yeah. Quite literally, just where is it? Yeah, this. You know, it's the same shit. So let's see, animation idle, this is fine, blah 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 blah. Animation position.x. Interesting, was I not, I guess I wasn't flipping it. Sprite.flip. Okay. So I'm gonna do this. If this is not the same as its previous position, then he's moving as far as I care for now. We can come up with something fancier later. Else he's idle. All right, simple enough. At which point he is in the move. We need to actually get these from the sequence thing. Don't worry about it. And then what I'm going to do is grab this shit. Interesting. Yeah, don't worry about that. You don't need to exist. And then we just go. Don't need that. Sprite.flip is true. Sprite.flip is false. And the reason I'm doing it like this, instead of saying sprite.flip is equal to one of these, is because I don't want to flip it if you're just... Like, if you're moving left and you stop moving, I want your guy to stay moving flip to the left. If you're moving to the right and stop moving, I want to stay you moving to the right. So I want to maintain the flip. I only want to change the flip if your X either goes to the left or to the right of your current position, if that makes sense. This is done on purpose. Because there's a third element of this expression, which is equals equals. You could even say else sprite.flip equals sprite.flip. You get me? Anyway, here we need to do animation dot... What is sequences dot at... Do I need to do this bloody static cast size? Is this? This is why I used enum class. Well, can you remind me what the value was? I've completely forgotten. Animation, character animation, action, move, like that. And then otherwise, I want you in idle. All right. You happy, little guy? You gonna complain? What's wrong? Okay, it's an old error. Things have changed. We don't have these old errors anymore. Alright, brilliant. So, we go to load... What was it? Asset manager. We should be doing this when we load... Oh, no, actually, not even that. Is it, entity factory spawn player? Or spawn character, whatever. Add animation. Here we go. Here we go, lads. Don't want this. I want to load the character animation. like this. So you have a run and a play animation. That's chill. Is that chill? I think this is incorrect. You should just be character dot animation. And then you should just menu animation. Okay, that's fine. Maybe play animation is fine. But you instead, little guy, come back, little shrimp. You can be a character animation. He never shuts up about character animation, does he? New programmers who are starting out will see all the hype for Rust and Swift and whatever else and go, heck yeah, that second thought, and companies will follow this trend. C++ isn't sexy in the same way, but you care about important stuff, it's relevant. It might not take a very long time for those nuances to become clear. So, oh, am I blue screening? No, my music just ended. You ever get that feeling when, like, you're met with the thoughts in the inside of your head because the music ends? I hated that. I don't want to hear my thoughts. Anyway, load character animation. Look, we're getting there, lads. The fact it's a real ISO standard as opposed to something specified by a random company is significant. Buddy, I'm not saying against C++. I am a C++ developer right now. All I was saying was there's ways you can choose your career, especially if you're young, right? If you choose a more modern language, it might be faster for you to get to a media position or to become competent enough to work. And perhaps that's where the junior roles are existing now. Whereas C++, I find, or at least I feel like it takes a very long time to get to a competent state. So maybe companies right now, when they're met with all of these experienced developers being laid off, they're more likely to take someone with 5 years of experience than a junior who they need to teach what a pointer is. You pick up Swift, you don't have to worry about pointers, like there's nuance, but if you're just making an iOS app, they literally tell you don't worry about memory, these phones have more than most people's laptops. you can just make a big list for you, don't worry about it. So in that sense, it's a little easier to start on. And also, considering it is my career, I would like to think it's stable, but we'll see. As it is now, that the robots aren't particularly doing a good job in embedded. It keeps telling me to just double the size of RAM, which is not quite there. But you know, we'll work it out, I'm sure. I think the thing that the robots need is a lot more context. They currently can't fit the whole project in its brain in an abstract enough way. They get confused if you talk to it for more than like a few minutes. Every job you've had has included C++. Yeah, it depends on what you do exactly. I mean, I was a mobile developer until I was doing C++. And while I came across C++, it was either because I was doing it in my own time, because I was working on a project like this, or because I had to just poke it for just a second, just to look at some wrapper or some library or something. Way to keep devs ignorant about cache behavior. It depends what you want from your language, right? If you're writing a mobile app, Swift and Kotlin are excellent. And you don't have to worry too much about memory access or any of that. You don't have to worry about memory management basically at all. And that gives you time to worry about other things, like how much of a buffer you want around that list view. Typically, like trivial, meaningless things. And then you think that's the case, but actually, you have to deal with some Objective-C rubbish, or Swift's bullshit, or Xcode, or Apple, or people not reading the docs. You know, Swift 6 is coming out, and it adds like a bunch of new features for example, like compile time checking if you're having a race condition, which is insane. But it requires you to like rethink a little bit about your program where you're using asynchronous code. And a lot of developers didn't watch the WWDC, or they didn't read about it, so they're just randomly going into Xcode and wondering why it's all red, and oh god. How are you redacting so much without building and running? It would have taken you 10 small steps rebuilding and rerunning after each change to verify nothing broke. Or do you mean like why am I not constantly rerunning? Because it takes time to compile, and I mean I know what I'm doing. Like I have a goal in mind, so I'm not going to compile until I need to. There's no point compiling while I'm still working on something, right? Also, I'm reading chat. Maybe that makes it seem like I'm doing more. Anyway, loading character animation. This frame rate thing. I need to construct an array of size whatever, and I need to pass in the character's frame rates. This is where it becomes less pretty. I'm gonna be real with you. This is a fucking JSON file, and I can't really think of a particularly nice way to, other than just to do this. We'll just have a... Or not even frame rate, sorry. Idle frame count and run frame count, you know? Idle frame count, play frame count. You wish compile times were better. I mean, I'm compiling for... No, actually, no, I'm doing debug. I'm debugging, there's some debug symbols, I guess, are going in there, maybe? Do those get redone every time? Some of them will. I'm assuming compiling for debug is a little slower, but then also compiling for release is applying optimizations, so I don't know, actually. How much does compile time change between, like, rel with debinfo and debug and the min-size rel? Modules, fingers crossed, will help with compile time. There's always a new thing. I mean, what I've noticed is that over the years, we still hit a button on a computer and then it still takes like a few minutes for it to do something. I don't know what it is. TVs also always seem to cost the same amount of money as time goes on. It's weird. Anyway, sorry. Load character data. Load character data, please. So... your 2 frame counts, you are going to have an idle frame count, and that should break something, please. Thank you. Come on. Play frame count, run frame count. So you are going to be the idle frame count. I guess size T is okay. Idle frame count. So instead of this, can I just construct like this? Idle frame count, run frame count. Maybe it's not happy with that. Are you in the wrong order, maybe? Character animation wants frame rates. Oh, I'm stupid. Sorry. Put this in the wrong spot. This should be frame counts. And we should have a float. Or what was it, size T? I'm sorry, I've been dense. Frame counts. I mean, we could have different frame rates per animation. That's true. Like idle could play slower. Let's not do that quite right now. Did I put you in here? Oh, I did. Frame rate. You know what? You're fine the way you are, and I think that's what matters most. Hey Ollie. Thanks for the raid. How you doing? You said to keep interface implementation separate to not degrade the compile time. You think nothing short of a brand new compiler front end is going to fix the compile times? Could be worse. What's wrong, fella? Undefined frame rate? You sure, little guy? Sure about that one. Do you want a frame count here? A frame rate here. Okay. Expected a something. What are you expecting, my friend? What on earth have I done? Oh, you're just a float standard array. Of course, that's how that syntax looks. We all know that. The reason you want to make your own language. I'm sure you can do better than C++. You're already doing better than Overwatch, right? That was your plan? You're going to make an Overwatch but better? With, donuts and Vikings? Please break. Thank you. And then tell me where you're breaking. Excellent. This is what I wanted. Is this what I wanted? Frame rate is a float. Well, that's a good start. Oh, I really fucked this one up. I'm sorry. Oh, I fucked it up good. Deary me. Right. This should be chill. And then you should be breaking in the asset manager. I think. You're still angry, but you know what? I think that's okay for now. Load character animation once, frame counts, and then also frame rate. I should think your Sisyphus is happy. You know what I mean? So your size T's, which is correct, but you seem to think otherwise. I've made you a float, but frame counts should be a size T because you see I've been dense. I've been what they call an idiot, if you could even potentially believe that. I don't think I could. I don't think I'd believe it. Ever heard of Carbon? Yeah, dude, Carbon seems so promising, but then like everything from Google, I feel like I haven't heard anything about it since they announced it. Maybe you should just learn Rust, Donut. Maybe you'd love it. Please crash, please crash, please crash. No, it works. Okay, she's not running, so something's broken. It appears to me that when she's running, her animation is not quite right. And also her animation is just wrong in general. But you know, it's a start. She's idling now. Look at that. I have a feeling that something is off here. I think it's because she's not loading the right row. Yes. This is what we call looking at the code and solving the problem. Excuse me, J Blow. JetBrains? By the way, like chat that's just joined, do you like the robot girl I drew? I think this is really good. I'm really proud of this art. I actually think this is really good. Turbofish operator. Look at the art I did before. Like, look at this. Look at this fucking. Look at this. Isn't that good? I drew this with a mouse. Whatever. Holy shit, she's fucking running. Look at this. Look at the lads. And not lads. Those are the two choices. I think I have more non-binary viewers than female viewers these days. So maybe it's easier to say lads and exclamation mark lads. With that being said, doesn't this look fucking... this looks cool, right? Look at this. Is that running around and stuff? I fixed the dent in her head she had when she was running. She does run quite quick. I'm gonna be real with you, but you know. I can like break one of her legs, and now she moves a little slower. This might make more sense. And also, if she's moving slower, maybe you'd get less of a headache. Hello, you here. What do you think? Let's change her movement speed to 7. Maybe make her gun shoot a little slower. I think I'm onto something with this. It's something about having an idle animation that just feels right, you know? She's just idling. Also, I think the run animation is like really good. I don't know. I'm normally really quite bad at animating, but I think this looks perfectly fine. Shouldn't she be looking in the direction of shooting? The idle animation's a bit active maybe, but I like it. Yeah, I mean it's this was about 5 minutes of work, so no art is fun, alright. Yeah, so I've thought about the shooting thing. I was thinking about that at the start of the stream before we started fucking around with the camera. I was thinking like I could for you know, like I could have like a direction of shooting tied to like a weapon or something, or the direction of last shot, or the position of last bullet shot at, or something, and then interpolate between that. Or lowering the frame rate slightly could fix it. Maybe I should have separate frame rates then per animation. It's really cute, isn't it? Yeah, so anyway, I was thinking like when she's shooting, it's kind of hard to tell when someone's shooting. There's no really such thing as a shooting state. There is a button being held down state. So maybe that could be good enough. She looks impatient. Have you seen her? I need to come up with a better name. Robot Girl isn't really good. What map gen techniques are you using? What an amazing fucking question. Thank you for taking an interest in procedural generation. It's actually really easy. So we have a level generator. And functionally we have a like a Roomba, like the robot vacuum. And the Roomba like steps around the room kind of arbitrarily like this. Like, you know, you can tweak how he moves, but he moves around. So that provides you with like a guaranteed walkable piece of terrain. As he's moving around, he occasionally just plops down like a room. Like he just makes a big splotch like this. And this can also be tweaked. And yeah, sometimes the splotch is actually more like... Do you still have the spray paint tool in this? Did they get rid of the spray paint tool? Microsoft, this is the last straw. I'm moving to Linux. Where's the spray paint tool? Anyway, you know, sometimes the rooms it generates are like this, which is why you see, like, not traversable terrain. And then afterwards it just goes around and draws, like, a wall around everything. And that's basically it. And it's very tweakable. I thought they removed that in 7. This is the last straw. But yeah, I mean, it goes around and it just does a lot of random shit. But the basic idea is it just moves around and flops floors. And I really like it. And I made it myself. And I'm a good, awesome developer. And I'm really cool. And I'm very talented and awesome. And I made this with my thoughts. You thought the last straw for you too? The spray can. No, I'm starting to think the last straw might be that Notepad now has tabs and has a startup time. Because historically I'd use Notepad to take a note instantly. Because it loaded immediately. And now it's like, you want to hold on to your Notepad history? Oh, no, I was using Notepad++ for that. I just want to note down, like, just like a bit of text. And now you got to wait for it. And I remember Microsoft having, like, they did a whole, like they did research into the amount of time people spent moving around the screen, or how frustrated they'd get if they had to wait too long for something to load. And that's when we started getting throbbers, like the little UI things showing you that something's happening, or temporary placeholder art while stuff's loading. They seem to have forgotten all that, and they're like, ah, nah, fuck it. Notepad can take 10 minutes to load up, who cares? Aye. Spray tool's there in 10. They must have got rid of it in 11 then. It is neat, isn't it? And you can basically, like, by tweaking only a few numbers, you can generate completely different levels. Like, if you make it turn less often, you end up with a lot of corridors. If you make it turn all the time, you end up with one really big open level. If you make it generate bigger rooms or denser rooms, then, you know, bigger areas. If you make it do less, it's, yeah, tighter. It's kind of sick. Wasn't that the single application you could rely on when the system was so broken nothing worked? Yes, yes. Notepad was always good. You thought Roomba was a visualization analogy, not a code reference. It is a visualization analogy, but also, if you think about how a robot vacuum moves around the world, it does move in, like, tank controls. Like, it rotates left and right and moves forward a bit, and rotates left and right and moves forward a bit. It doesn't move up, down, left, right, you know? I mean, the normal ones. I'm sure they make some that do that, but you get the point, right? I just always thought Roomba was really succinct. Oh, we still don't have the time because it's fucking midnight now, but we were going to do A-star. On the train to and from work the other day, so like a good few hours, I was reading up on pathfinding algorithms. And I do think A-star is probably good, but I found another one called, like, jump. What is it? A-star alternative jump point algorithm or something? Jump point search. JPS is a widely recognized fast optimization, blah, 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 Google AI. Where's, like, a human? Basically, if I understand it correctly, JPS allows you, if you have large areas of openness, jump point search basically skips over the whole open area. So it's a little faster in that sense, but it's not perfect. If you have if you have more mazes and stuff, it can be a little worse, I think. So as always, A-star comes out on top, but I just thought it was interesting that there are alternatives. And also, it's still A-star. It's cool. It's basically A-star. It's an optimization on A-star. Yeah. It's just changing how it measures where to move, if that makes sense. I haven't implemented it. I skimmed Wikipedia on the train, so I'm not going to pretend I'm a master, but it seemed interesting. There was loads of information on A-star optimizations. We'll see. I mean, that's not a job for today. You sent me an implementation. I found another implementation. There's one on Wikipedia. There's loads to do. I'm pretty sure I've implemented A-star, like at uni. We did Dijkstra's, certainly. We had to memorize how Dijkstra's works for like an exam. So there's some neurons at the back of my skull that remember this stuff. Just heuristics. But yeah, you know, at some point we could use this level generator to make a nav mesh somehow. I don't know how. Or generate waypoints between areas to make the A-star a little bit more efficient. Basic implementation will do fine as long as you don't call it literally every tick. Yeah, the idea would be to call it every time he has a thinking time, which is usually every quarter to half a second, and you probably only call A-star if the player is behind something. So if we're in the open, then it doesn't even get used at all. We just move straight at them. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. I'm so fucking lost in my skull. What was I doing? We wanted to make him slower in idle, or her, the robot, girl robot. Girl robots are cool. Alright, you can still see my screen, right? Yeah. So instead of play frame rate, I'm also gonna have an idle sprite frame rate. So when she's idle, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna copy this. 2D actors. You. Frame rate. kind of nice when coding ends up just being copy and pasting your own work sometimes. Okay, I don't like this mix of play and idle. I'll need to fix that. Okay, that's fine. So standard size T-frame counts. Get ready frame rate to have the same thing done to you. Dry? More like do repeat yes. Don't repeat yourself. How about yeah, do repeat. Yeah. Wet. We amazing programmers. Tensor cores. The whole if block begs for a generic way to read a JSON. libdonut3, were you adding a JSON parser? Yes, we were making it. Version 3 will have a great JSON parser. Yeah, I mean, I was pissed off because I came from JSON and like and like Swift's codable structures to this. So I would also really like a way to reflect from a JSON into an struct. The parser is already there. I mean, the parser is this stuff, like this parsing. JSON string parser. Look at this. You added a nicer API. It would be nice to be able to just plug in a decodable file and just have it fill, I guess, yeah. But then how do you know what types to use? Blah, 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 blah. Well, but you use the fucking types on the struct. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. I'm enjoying in the world of mobile, where JSON is like a first-class citizen, so this stuff is super easy, but I get why it's harder in this way, in this language. Load character animation. Alright. Frame rates. And then I. Wowzers trousers. I reckon if I hit build, you'll feel pretty smug about yourself. Illegal token. Hang on a hot minute. Why are you wrong? Standard float? No, there's no such thing, apparently. You like working with TOML. TOML. That's another one. I mean, there's loads of what would you call that? Data formats. I liked Tom's obvious minimal language. I remember this. TOML's good. There's a oh god, what's it called? There's supersets? I guess there's supersets of JSON that include stuff like comments that are pretty good. Have you used Hocon before? Hocon was pretty good. Human optimized config node object notation. Yeah, you have comments, hashes, and slashes. It supports all JSON. You can merge with other config files with includes. You can substitute fields with $sign brackets. You can merge duplicate keys. Hocon is cool. I had absolutely no issue, and it was even supported in a surprising number of languages. That being said, it's still pretty niche, I think. So you kind of, sometimes you have to write your own parser. But, you know, I thought it was cool. To control the stripes in the structure, you need to specify them one way or another. I mean, if I've got a struct where they're already specified, then yeah, they should just fill them in as best as they can. Anyway, I'm just stating the obvious. A character should be slower when they are idle now. She's so slow, she's actually not moving. Hang on, that can't be right. Just like that, I have completely slowed her down. I guess it's defaulting to 0, huh? Asset manager, load character animation, asset manager, blah, 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 blah. Idle frame rate. You are not being filled anywhere. That's crazy. You're gonna be the first. There's a chat message just above you. I'm waiting for you to success, brother. Hang on, you are the first. No one else has wished me success. They've been telling me that my camera's wrong. It's right. The camera's right now. We fixed it. Isn't that beautiful? Look at this. Yeah, I mean, she's a little bit more chill now, I guess. I don't know how I feel about... The camera is right and true and beautiful. Thanks, buddy. I think this looks pretty good. What I was going to say is I should probably scale the animation speed based off of a constant. So like whatever I'm defining in this file and like the actual speed. So like if you get nudged a bit like it by an enemy, I feel like this animation here should be a little slower than if I'm pelting it full whack. You get me? I think that would look pretty nice. Like if you're like inching along like a little bit slowly, you should be animated slower. It makes sense to me, right? She is absolutely nutting for it. Right. Character. The idle element looks great. Oh, great. Oh my god. Great, he says. Wanted to make her default speed slower. Oh, I was gonna say, will it crash if I load another character? I think it should, right? Because the JSON string doesn't exist. Yeah, right? Oh, it's just asserting that frame count is larger than 0. Maybe it's not even that. It's not the JSON at all. I mean, it's adequate, I suppose. Okay, thanks, buddy. You should be able to tell me about this sequence, shouldn't you? Ah, Lord. Here we go. Ah, infinite. I was kind of hoping it would just default to not drawing anything, but I guess that's not true. That's not the case. You still have some old stuff then, I guess. I think if the idle frame rate isn't there, it should still default to 0, right? It's the frame count that's 0, I guess. That's the problem. Like that's defaulting to 0. I mean, we can fix that quite easily by just having these default to 1, .f, and these also. Oh, you're a size T, aren't you? You hate being a float. That's what the brackets are for. You use brackets, so it doesn't let you get away with that. How dare you? Yeah, look at that. She's a little off. What's the difference between girl and Chan semantically and gameplay-wise? Great question. The answer will shock you. And if you know it, you can tell me too. This is funny. She's trying her best, alright? She's Donkey Kong Jr. too. Yeah, she doesn't have a Sprite. Does Baker-chan have a... Oh, she does have a... Look at her go. Oh my god. If it's not obvious, this sprite was originally like much bigger, and then I just lazily crushed it in a sprite to 16 by 16 without redrawing any of it, so she looks a little off. Also, sprites were originally only on the back, so that's why. Wee, wee. All right, lads. You go back to something like this, and you're like, okay, that's actually kind of like sick, though. You were coding as well. I'm sorry to hear that, lad. Can you guys help me work out why my bullets aren't getting destroyed when they hit the fucking mouse? If I go into my collision system, and I have a look in here, I've got this entities to destroy.inplace entity thing, where when we are reducing health, we destroy it. And this should be agnostic to whether it's a player bullet or not. We fixed it for player bullets, so player bullets get destroyed, and then down here we remove them all. But it's not working for enemies, and I don't know why. Oh, it's probably this actually. It's this. It's this health thing. So we're getting health, and if they have intangibility, I guess it doesn't get destroyed. Which makes sense. Yeah, maybe the enemies shouldn't have intangibility. Actually, maybe, yeah, hang on. Treasure mouse, my beloved. Your... Am I using this as your life? That can't be right. It's default all time. You can just destroy the bullet whether or not. Yeah, I can do that. I was just talking in my head. Just seemed on. It's just felt a little bit more efficient, but no. And then the player's special. Is this correct? Is this correct? Yeah, that fixes it. And then shoot me. Look, he's cute. He's coming up to say hi. Interesting that the hitboxes are so bloody big. That can't be right. Oh no, I guess that is right, because the hitbox of the bullet is quite big as well. It's actually like... Am I not showing it? Yeah, bullets are fucking huge, so that's certainly adjusting things a bit. Yeah, this explains things. The hitbox is fucking massive. Look at that shit. Maybe it's annoying to have enemies block bullets when they can't be damaged. Yeah, I don't know. We'll work things out. I don't know why this imgui thing is not remembering its position every time. It should be. My brain is so like nuclear throne coded. When I see this line appear, I keep thinking they're about to go pushing and then snipe me. Not bad, right? Not bad for just a little rascal, just a guy. I think I'm also thinking like maybe I'm okay with them not shooting like at their target, like not looking at where they're shooting. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think like when you shoot to the left, the character should flip to like look at it? Maybe. Pew 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 pew. So I'm just really enjoying this like run animation I've come up with. Breaking news: streamer Pavloved himself into a cat. He hates lasers. Me, the exact sprite is not much different, looking left and right, so it's fine. That's true in this case for this character. But, you know, if there's a character that's a bit more asymmetrical, maybe it'll look weird. That being said, if I'm really only having this one sprite, I mean, I could always adjust it in the flipped sprite. Oh. I'm also just thinking, like, it's nice when the camera just sort of, like, quickly pans back to where you are. If you're holding a natural gun, it might look a little strange. Yeah. Okay, let's see. It's 12:30. We've got time. So if I look at the action responder system, so let's just worry about the player for now, okay? Let's not worry about the enemies, because they're currently not flipping anyway. They should have... The enemies should also use character animations. They should also have idle and walking, but that's a problem for when I actually want to come up with enemies. I think we could store... We're already storing movement input direction. I'm already storing if they're focused or not. Weirdly, we're putting this in the... Sure, I mean, it's just a component. What I could do is have a attack button held down component, or just store it on something. I don't know. We got this. That's not what I want. What? Huh? Hmm. I mean, how am I doing this? I've kind of forgotten. This was for when we had, like, chat dialogue. We had, like, cutscenes and stuff. Oh, sorry, this is it. So what we could do, in this case... Oh, hang on. Weapon countdown loop. Can I just check... Is the system still in? Kinda. I don't think any of it works, but there's parts of the... There's parts of it. I mean, it's... What's it called? Like, cutscene system. I don't remember what it was called. It's in there somewhere. I don't know. I think it exists. Anyway, you can see if someone is shooting, if this countdown loop is active. Is there a way to see if a loop is active? Probably not. No, it's not being saved. So I could store the value of this under either the weapon or the action responder, which currently has nothing in it. Okay. There's a lot of ways to do this, right? But currently, other ways, in another place, we're storing focused as a component. I don't know the best way to do this. I think it would be nice if enemies could also make use of this. So maybe the weapon simply needs to have predicted firing weapon. Maybe the weapon simply needs to have a is being shot modifier. So as long as they want to shoot, that's true, and as long as they don't, it's not. And it's functionally just for sprites, because it's not really impacting in this. If we look at the enemy system, and we look at a bullet, we just have true in handle weapon. So enemies will shoot as long as they don't have the... I think there's a component that's like, don't shoot, weapon disabled, yeah. So actually, we already have a component for this called weapon disabled. I could rename this to not shooting weapon, is shooting weapon, is not shooting weapon. Under the implication that you are always shooting your gun. It's a push to mute, not a push to talk system, which is a little funny. But this way, we could reuse. Let me think. This way, we could reuse this weapon disabled thing for both enemies and players. Basically, I only want the player to look at the gun, at the crosshair, if he's if you're shooting, and I only want them to. If they're shooting, I want them to look at the crosshair. So somewhere, I have to store their target, and I'd have to store if it's actually active or not. If that makes sense. I could also just zero out the target. So I mean, there's lots of ways to do this, but I would like. I'm just trying to think of a solution that works for players and enemies. Because if the enemy's running left, I think it should look like it's running left. But if the enemy starts shooting to the right as it's running left, I think the enemy's sprite should also start facing to the right. It's like they're looking at you while they're shooting. It's like they're running backwards. I think is fine. If we're going with this basic animation system where it's just front-facing. I'm just thinking of a nice way to use that. I think this weapon disabled thing is a decent idea. Because it already exists. In the animation system, I can already just check to see if this component exists, and if it does, then face the movement direction. Otherwise, face the aim direction. You have a rotation component for player to draw your weapon. It can be used to determine whether to look. Maybe player should always look in the aim direction, only when they're shooting. No, I think I'll try it how I've just mentioned it, if that makes sense. I want to see how it looks. We can always adjust. Oh, okay, I've got an idea. Let's try it. So let's use this weapon disabled idea. If we go to the action responder, somewhere in here we're already doing this stuff. So I'm just gonna go like this, and here we go. Action attack. Silly as. Maybe use the just press function if adding a component constantly is an FPS drop. I don't think it is. Maybe it is. So actually we want the opposite of this, like that. And what we can actually say is actually this is a boolean. This is an instant check, right? This is an order 1. I think this is fine to not extract. So now we have an idea of if a action responder is shooting. I think that's fine. Somewhere we might want to be able to store the information of where they're shooting. Do we store that somewhere? Maybe if we can look at the bullets to fire? Somewhere in here. We have fire position, actually. Or is that where you're firing from, I guess? Not where you're firing to. Bullets to fire. This is... we could try and get the first element in here, but if it's empty, that's going to be a little weird. I guess we could just store the thing on the weapon itself, like last bullet fired direction. We've got well, we've got this bullet direction. Maybe we can just store that on the weapon itself. I think that's okay, because this is just for animation, right? This is polish, so it's okay to be a little stupid. I'm guessing that's a vec2. I'm going to say last bullet fired direction, something like that. We can even do this, a little cleanup. I don't know if it's last bullet fired or last bullet chambered. Technically it's chambered, I guess. But let's not think about the details. Oh, it's a vec3, is it? Wow, vec2 is fine. Alright, so that's here, and I think enemies can also have the same thing. So I guess that's enemy system again. And then somewhere in here, you're adding a bullet? How do you know where you're shooting? I guess it's in here. You're getting a basic aim vector. Shot speed, start velocity. I guess we can put the predicted angle in here. Do we have a weapon? Oh, we have a reference. That might be okay. I don't think this predicted... What are you? What are you? Float? Okay, that's not quite it. Alright, we'll leave it off the enemies for now, because I don't care. It's nearly 1 AM, so I'll just say to do 4 enemies. Also have animations and stuff. Okay. Alright, whatever. This is how you properly put off work for the future, by just not doing it. It's that easy. So, we now have a direction. Instead of direction, we could also have the position at which we're aiming at, like this. So we could also just say target position dot x is larger than r dot x or whatever. I don't know if one's better than the other. I would say for now, I don't actually need the target direction to forget about this. Yes, this is how you make progress. I think we might be doing this when we're drawing the gun, right? When we're doing render actor system. We're doing an A-tan2. Difference is local position and aim direction component. Could do that. But now I'm just going to store it on the weapon, but I think having it in its own component is not a bad idea at all. Because then you can also just remove it, like if there's no aim direction, for example. But anyway, I digress. We're doing A-tan2 here, difference.x, difference.y. Difference being the player's draw position and the mouse position. So technically we could replace the mouse position here with the weapon's last bullet fired angle. Because then that way, obviously we're firing bullets at the mouse, but this way the gun would actually line up exactly with the bullet. Would it? Maybe. One-time compute it from player input. That's what we're doing. But I'm just wondering if it's worth having a direction, or just instead of that, last bullet by direction. Maybe instead of that, maybe I just put the because this is, I'm just doing a larger than or less than. I shouldn't have to compute. But then again, hang on a moment. If you have an angle, checking if it's a west-facing or an east-facing angle is as simple as saying it's larger or less than 180 or whatever the midpoint is, right? So maybe this is fine. You're a Vec 3, right? Hang on, if it's a direction, can I still do X and larger than? The vector, all you have to do is check X less than 0. Yeah. In which case nothing changes. So actually, if I just go into my animations system, here we've got our animations. You have basically your order of importance, right? So I think the most important thing is if they're shooting. So I'm going to say if registry.view, what was it? Disabled. Weapon disabled on the entity. So if the weapon's disabled, and then instead of dot view, I want dot like view like dot each size of what was it? Hey 5hook, dude, it's been a few years, huh? Full-hearted, mate. Yeah, mine viewer. How is your Goede Vrijdag? All of. That was it. You showed me this last time. Perfect. So I want there to be... Is all of correct in this case? Is there none as well? Or is all of inverted fine? So if there's no weapon disabled, that is to say if they're shooting, otherwise, fine. I'll get that and move in the normal way. Best Hood was supposed to be studying, but you did not. Are you in Hood student? Or in niet so Hood student? As you can tell, I've been having Dutch lessons every week for the last 6 months, and well, let's just say I'm fluent at Nederlands. Het is mooi. De jongen drinken de melk. The mok is onder de tafel. Niet so good, Saj, that's a new one. Need so good. Almost dropped out. They had to talk to a couple of people who convinced you not to. Oh, yikes. Hang on, were you a student? I swear you watched me like a decade ago. I swear you've been around forever. What's your last... You've been following since 2020. I guess it was COVID. That was 6 years ago. I swear you've been around longer than that. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted. It's 1 AM. I should try and get my work done. So there's no weapon disabled. And so now we're just checking. Registry dot. Now I want to view weapon on the entity. I think somewhere else I'm doing this view. There's probably a better way to do it. Let's see. Registry of view health. I'm pretty sure I've got a nicer way. Maybe not. Entity. Are you doing game dev? You started watching Twitch during COVID. Okay, you're doing game deving. What? That's awesome. What stack are you using? Are you doing work at the same time as studying, or what? It's not registry.view. It's registry.like. I guess it's still all of. But essentially, I want to say. Try get. Is that just gives you a pointer? You know what? Fuck it. Let's write it easily and then improve it. Const auto weapon equals try get. And then I can say if auto weapon equals this colon. Oh, that's not right, is it? Is it? You return a pointer, right? So this should only succeed if the pointer is not an old pointer, right? I think that's correct. Weapon dot last fired direction. Here we go. So I just want this stuff. If weapon dot last bullets fired direction dot x, then we flip it. That's all. And honestly, instead of flipping, let's tie it directly, because if it's exactly on top of us, I think that's okay then. And then you can be in brackets. You got yourself a Japanese new 3DS XL, because the Dutch ones are really expensive. They are. You should try homebrew dev. Oh, that's really cool. You're doing game dev as like a hobby thing. That's awesome. Me too. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is an assert. Like, it should have a weapon. You shouldn't have the weapon disabled component. Actually, no, hang on. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. There'll be plenty of thing. Let's just get, if it's not disabled, then the weapon should be there. Not necessarily, because in this case, we're looping over everything with a transform and a sprite. So there will be plenty of things that aren't weapons. So really what I should check for is if there's a weapon associated with the entity, right? So I should be doing all of earlier. So I should check if there's a weapon. And then instead of try get, yep, we can do get. And instead of if, we just say like this. I guess we can do const. Why not? So, if the entity has a weapon, and the weapon isn't disabled, then flip the sprite based on this. Also, I want you to be... I guess if I had a sprite for shooting, then I'd care. In which case, do I care about this else thing? Interesting. Me? Are you interesting? The double lookup now. Yeah, it is. It is. Loop through weapon owners. No. This is entity. That is the sensible thing, is to have a loop for weapon owners and a loop for everything else. But I'm just thinking for a moment. Essentially, I don't think I care if they're in the idle or move state. I just want to flip it if they are shooting and they're shooting to the side. In which case, I should extract this flipping thing to here, like so. So this should actually be the else statement. So here we're working out the direction that they're looking. And then here we're working out if they should be moving or idling. I think this is sensible. At which point... let's think. I think we can combine the rest of this. So, if there's a weapon, fine. If there's no weapon, and they're to the left, then flip, otherwise flip. I think this is correct. Maybe. I've got an extra bracket from somewhere. How's that happen? I don't know what I did, but okay. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the enemies, because their last bullet fire direction is going to be 0. So it's possible the enemies will always be facing left or right or something, which they already were. So, oh, it's crazy. You've been doing some homebrew dev with an old console, the PS Vita. Is the Vita old? Okay, this does not seem to be working with the player. Hang on a moment. Why's that? It's possible that... I just got nudged a bit. It's possible that the direction thing isn't quite working out. Both 2011. The Vita is slightly older than the 3DS. I always think of the PS... Is it not just the Vista? PS Vista? The one with the tiny little discs? Or did the Vita also have the tiny discs? Oh, it's nice in C++. It's nice to get some templating creature comfort for free without having to mess around with templates yourself. Oh, yeah. PSP. PlayStation Portable. That's it. PSP is what I think of. Those are so fucking modern and cool. Amazing development. Thank you, Intella. Why is this not quite working? So if this entity has a weapon, it doesn't have a disabled weapon, then we flip it if they're... Oh, maybe this is back to front already. Oh, I guess maybe we try it the other way. Not that I think this is going to fix it. You can push new versions to your 3DS over Wi-Fi. What? That's awesome. That's just clearly not working. Hang on a moment. This breakpoint's not even being hit. That's strange. Hang on a moment. Why is this not triggering? This could just be any entity, by the way. Okay, hang on. Player has a weapon. If I okay, let's switch it to weapon disabled. Let's see. Maybe this is the incorrect part. Maybe it's being turned on and off every frame or something, and it's confused. No, that's not it either. Hang on, I'm really quite confused. You're telling me the player doesn't have a weapon? If I change it to... what was it? Predicted firing weapon. What you... Messing around with templates makes you sad. What's wrong? Set does not contain entity. What? So you have a predicted firing weapon, but not a weapon. Is that just how entity handles, what's the word? Polymorphism. Inheritance. It's crashed, by the way. Oh, you can't see the crash screen because there's a robot girl in the way. The weapon has a predicted firing weapon. So I guess you can't retrieve weapons from it. You have to retrieve predicted firing weapons. You have to manually drag the file to the Vita and reinstall it every time. I mean, when I modded my 3DS, I had to do that shit over like an SD card. Alright, well, regardless, this doesn't seem to be doing anything. Weapon is indeed a component, yeah. But, I mean, the player has a predicted firing weapon, which is a subclass of weapon. Oh, no, it's working. Okay, hang on. Oh, I just inverted something without real... Oh, no, wait, now it's not working. Am I stupid? Oh, I'm not stupid. Look, I'm passing over the 0-0 line in the world right here. So the FPS has gotten really bad. What happened? Look, as I pass over the... while shooting, as I pass over 0-0, it does this. So I think that the angle is... It's I've been misusing it. Last bullet facing fired direction. I'm going to kill this. Replace this with last bullet facing fired. Location, position. Man, Toho music's so good. Don't give me a preview. Open the bloody file. Let's try this. New playlist. I mean, yeah, I mean, I've just got it on autoplay. It's now Red Tails. It's not truly a direction. Should it be compared against 0? Yeah, I could have compared it against 0. That's true. I just want to see if this works as well. I was comparing against the position of the thing itself. Okay, this also works, obviously. Pick your poison. Do you think angle or position is better? Is angle just a float? No, angle was a vector anyway. I think having the player like look towards where they're shooting is fine, because it kind of looks like they're running backwards while shooting. And then the moment they stop shooting, they look the way they're running, which makes sense to me. My naming is all over the place. Right, so I'm running around. Sprite, why are you not in the right place? But then the moment I start shooting, you face the where you're shooting. But also, I don't immediately flip you back because your position hasn't moved. So it's not like janky. She stays looking where she's shooting, unless you're running, in which case she does this, which makes sense to me. Angle should always be a float, a direction always be a unit vector, and a position should always be an absolute coordinate. Yeah, that sounds correct. I've made a video game, chat. What do you think? You can shoot mice and stuff. And now when you're running around, you have like an animation and shit. You have like an idle, you have a run animation. The character will look where she's shooting and do a little moonwalk. I like the moonwalk. I guess I could, maybe I could reverse. This is getting a bit into the weeds, but maybe I could reverse the animation if she's running backwards. Like still have her facing to the right, but have a... You get what I mean, right? Like if you moonwalk, this is how Michael Jackson moonwalks, right? Anyway, I can still do a little more, I think. What was I going to say? I'm going to add another to-do that I'll never impact. Actually, maybe I can do this. Hang on, we've got action responder system. We have animation system. Sprite.flip. We could also have sprite.reverse. Like reverse animation. I don't know how you do that. And actor system. Is there a way to do that? You do 0 minus time or something? Just subtract delta time from the animation time instead of adding it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of curious. I'm sure there's a one-liner for this. Let's just write it first. That. Oh, dude, Alice. Yeah, I don't know how animation time less than 0 works. I really like Alice's theme, dude. Zun was onto something. You know what I mean? Yeah, he took down Moira Shrine so there's Westerners can't pirate Toho project, but just go to Akiba Hobby in Japan and buy all the games on disc. You can all do that too, right? I think that's reversing it. It kind of looks like she's stepping back, right? Does she idle in inverse now? Get out of here, mouse. Oh. Leave me alone. I'm just trying to look at my character. Was there someone else who did that, not Zun? The Moira Shrine thing? Yeah, it was, I thought it was like one of the guys at Moira Shrine, like, went insane and then like handed over the keys to Zun, and they were like, I don't know what to do with this. They just made it redirect to the main site or something. This is still accessible. Oh, hang on, you can Z slide. Holy shit. I don't know about this one, lads. I'm just spam clicking left click, by the way. You can Z slide. Any Utas? It does feel correct to have her back walk, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I should care about people being able to pirouette. Maybe it's kind of chill. It does look kind of jank. It might be the fact that the animation time remains the same, you know? There's like a frame where they cross over. Also, I always call it Moira Shrine, isn't it? Moria Shrine. Sorry. I've been calling it the wrong thing. Maybe reset whenever it crosses over, huh? Yeah. I don't know about that. It still ends up on 0, right? It'd be the same result, yeah. I guess it's the point that you can just spam click it. I do like how it looks. Like when you're holding it and you're running backwards, I think it looks kind of good. I mean, this is in tick. I could only reverse it if you've done it for 2 frames. Like I could say, auto old flip equals sprite dot flip. If old flip equals, that's not right. Like this would offset it by 1 frame, I think. I guess it would be like this. Is that 1 frame offset gonna do it? I don't know. Is 1 frame really enough? I don't know. I really don't know. 1 tick. It's 1 tick, yeah. Give her is shooting component and take it away after X seconds. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing, which I think is probably the sensible component. Maybe so there's like a cooldown on shooting. But then the problem is you might look like you're walking forwards backwards for a second. Like take it away after X seconds. Does that mean I'd be reversing the animation as she's walking forwards? Like if you stop shooting and then start walking forwards, it would be reversed for a second? Because that just moves the problem elsewhere, I think. Anyway, delaying by 1 second does not really seem... 1 tick does not do anything. I was just curious. Okay, let's also just think realistically. Do you care if the game does this? Because I kind of do. If I have a gun that tap fires and isn't automatic, I think this would look kind of jank. So maybe, even though walking backwards looks cool, maybe it's just not a good idea. What do you think? I think maybe we overcooked on this one. We can try that as well, Donut. I think that would help with the 1 frame where they... Would it? Maybe. We can try it. Let's get rid of this, I'm so lazy. Something like that. You don't need to zero it. You don't? Oh, I didn't realize it would let you do that. Oh, this sprite's so fucking good. Nah, same effect. In fact, I'm not actually sure it's reversing. It doesn't seem to actually be... Maybe I got rid of it. Maybe I'm blind. Anyway, it doesn't solve the problem. I think there's no solution. Oh, actually, maybe it's a little better, because instead of being constantly going up through her same animations... Actually, hang on. Maybe you're cooking. Because the problem before was, like, she was kind of iterating through her animations bit by bit. I mean, it still looks a little jank, though. Like, if you're shooting, like, a tap revolver... I mean, slow... I just see 2 bullets come out of my blind. Slow firing looks fine. She just peeks for a second. Now, if you spam it... Yeah, actually, you know what, Donut? I think this might have been what I was originally thinking about. And then I think I thought it was easier to extract it in there. I didn't realize the effect would look quite so different. Because yeah, this way, what we were doing before when we were subtracting it, like it would go back over frames that it had already drawn. This way, at least it's going up in some direction, whether it's in the negative or the positive. You know what? I didn't think this would be solved, but I kind of thought we're going to have to turn it off. I'm not sure it's always being set correctly. Maybe not. I've become quite attached to this little sprite I drew. You just see something teleport into the middle of the screen for a second. Am I seeing ghosts? Or am I really tired? It's past 1. Maybe I should stop. I should come up with an actual tile set, by the way, because this Pokemon one is not really fitting the vibe. Maybe it's chill. Actually, real quick. This isn't real quick at all. I wanted to tie her... animation speed to her movement speed. Perhaps it could be as simple as for animation time, tie her. Yeah, I was thinking as I was saying it. I don't take it back. Somewhere in here, maybe even just in the sprite, we could have like a speed modifier. So if these two are vastly different from each other, we get the difference, and then that's a modifier. You know, like we could just say const auto difference equals these two. I mean, I could even extract this up here. Something like this. And then I could say sprite dot animation speed modifier equals, and then that length, and then we just tune it. Instead of difference, let's call it difference length, and then do this whole thing. Divide it by the tick until we get the literal velocity. Speed equals distance over time. That's velocity. Hang on. Velocity is time over... Right? We all remember that one? that's true, Donut, then you're a real smarty pants. You know that? You remember your physics better than any of us. Ah, you. What type are you? You're probably a float, right? I guess this can just be... No, I like this. If somehow your speed is 0, then I think your animation could definitely be 0 as well. Who's boboing? Is Chris done with their gaming, maybe? Now, as for where I use this, I don't know. Do I use that in here? Or do I use it here? I don't know. I guess I'll just try something and see how it... No, that doesn't sound right. Maybe it's right. I don't know. Who knows? Let's find out. Chris is DMing me. Are you staying up? Not that much longer. Just doing one thing. I'm a little snacky. Or a snack. Can you play another game or nah? Maybe a short one? I'll be done in like 5 to 10. Up to you. It is Good Friday after... Oh, it's not anymore. Oh, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. Oh, something's wrong. I think it... Why is she like this? No. Are you sure? Maybe the tying it to velocity wasn't a good idea. I want to divide that with her base. You haven't scaled it, yeah. I want to modify that based on her... probably her intended movement speed is meant to be her baseline. Do we have access to that here? Probably not in the animation system. Do you have access to that? No. I mean, I could just use an arbitrary number, right? I could just say divide by 4. I don't know. I was thinking, I mean, if you scale it to the standard movement speed, but I don't know, just pick something. If I divide by the base speed, that implies that I have to get, like... I have to get the information. I mean, whatever I ended up with here, look... It looks wrong, by the way. I guess when she starts moving, she has, like, a burst of... velocity. This doesn't look right, actually. Hang on, maybe I've got it back to front. Let's divide by 8. Am I stupid? Am I stupid? I mean, the base speed is like 6, by the way. 7 or something. Why? Is it... It's a velocity, not acceleration, anyway. This is her max speed, right? Why, when she's being slowly pushed by a mouse, does it... Why does it react like this? Is this really when she has the highest... I'm not sure. I guess it's the difference from her last... I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right. Could it be that the change in position when you apply a constant impulse is instantaneous, so it's technically infinite speed? I wonder. It does look funny. Yeah, I think that's correct. Hello, Ashen. We're doing animation stuff. I was just gonna do it with transforms though, because in this case they don't have a physics thing. I guess I could just do it differently for things with physics, right? Like if registry, does Chris respond? Up to you then. Oh no, okay, Chris is not playing another game. I'm gonna stop for today, chat, because it's late, and I'm gonna go hang out with Chris. So, I'll just tell her, just stopping now then, because this is not a quick task at all. Let's just say, insane stream. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I mean it's been nearly 5 hours, so. There's plenty to watch. Think about getting the velocity from physics instead. And if they don't have physics, don't tie animation speed to the velocity. Dreams of UB unbounded, underbound. Underblow. I don't know. Good night. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna head off. Thanks everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed the 5 hours of work I've just done. Ah, undefined behavior. Beautiful. Alright, yeah. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll catch you next time. Thanks for hanging out. And wow. What great work we've done, huh? Bye bye. Good night. See ya.